And I think that there's a lot to be learned here, and the fact that they've made it to the upper bracket stage here really bodes well for them and their, you know, the rest of their time here in Ascension.
Can we just talk about the screens for a second? Did you see the way that the jet jumped over and I'm loving the stage design that we've seen coming out of the Chinese events. They have been second to none, dare I say. Now we've got the walkouts coming on through, and I mean, we always like to talk about the walkouts. Sam, they're quick today.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were like. It sounded like there was there was going to be a follow up, but I was waiting for a question. And then
there was going to be a follow up, and then they've done them back to back. I was a little bit surprised. We got both teams out in under a minute here.
Yeah, I mean, it is Ascension, right? Usually when we do the VCT main stage, then there's a little bit more like pomp and circumstance, you know. But, you know, for Ascension, we don't have the same... It doesn't have the same fanfare because obviously it's not the main stage. It's still important. I mean, the fact that they're playing on LAN for Ascension is incredible. You take a moment because not a lot of regions are putting that much time, energy, and effort into their Ascension scene. So that's already incredible. But of course, it's not going to have the same kind of fanfare that we usually see. But we do have a veto. And, ooh, okay. Juchao might be in a little bit of trouble here because Lotus is our first map. And as mentioned, they really struggled yesterday on Lotus, so I'm a little bit concerned about what that might look like today.
Yeah, the veto leans are a little bit in favor here. But alternatively, you know, we said yesterday wasn't a great performance. Whether we see that be, you know, just a one-off. Sometimes you show up on the day, someone's not feeling great, something just doesn't click. But you're right, it is going to be a worry in the back of their mind. Whether it's just a one-off blip, I guess we'll see, or whether this will be a tonal set for the rest of Ascension will be yet to be seen.
Yeah, I'm curious about what this is going to look like, because obviously there have been a lot of changes since they played in those qualifier matches earlier on in the year. I mean, like, okay, some of those were last month, but if you go a little bit further back, you know, some of those were going all the way back to like March or May this year. So it's been quite a long process to get to this point. In fact, some of these qualifications happened in like December last year. So there's been like a lot of stuff or a lot of steps that have needed to be taken. So a lot of the information that we have, you've kind of got to take it with a grain of salt because there has been so much that's changed, right? The map pools have changed, agents have been changed and rearranged, and some new agents have come into the pool. We're not seeing that today, it seems. We're going to stay a little bit more bog standard with our compositions here. The lack of a Viper is always a big question mark for me, but this is DRG. Maybe they're trying something. I say trying. I mean, it's not like they're reinventing the wheel here, but they have clearly come up with a workaround to not having that Viper, bringing the Cypher in instead. And I want to see how ZCG are going to be able to deal with those adaptations.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting composition. I mean, you've still got the smokes and the omen, but the neon wall, I guess you can use that as a sort of entry wall tool, but it's got no defensive capability. It'll be that defending side that gives a little bit more worry, only having that omen smokes to rely on here. But I mean, I quite like it. I think it's a little interesting. You know me, I'm all for a little bit of anarchy. Ooh.
Well, honestly, the stage is absolutely incredible. I am in envy and in awe of the Chinese Valorant scene. But let's dive into our first match here of the day, folks. ZCG versus DRG. Our first map of the series is going to be Lotus. And ZCG going to be starting off on this, the defender's side this time. So I think that might bode a little bit better for them. When they played earlier this week, they started off on the attacking side. And they only managed to string 4 rounds together. But their defensive side started to look a little bit better as the series went on. They just didn't have enough of a buffer. I also want to say that they were relying a lot on some individual performances. Enly played out of his mind in that series. Keep an eye out for that Odin over towards the A side, because that could be something to behold as we get through this map.
Yeah, it could be indeed. Very quiet start to the pistol round. No one really showing their hands too early. A little bit of gunfire just to assert some presence, but now peel away. They've taken a lot of space over towards A that they can now turn on heel and pivot towards. And they've called over rotates here. The A site's looking particularly undefended, at least from what we can see with our wonderful minimap and X-ray. And by the time that they've gotten onto what's going on, it's going to be a little bit too late. The run on forwards, desperately trying to get Chenza over to back this up. A little bit of stall, finally break onto the site here. First pick, oh, it doesn't go their way, and two are going to fall. Flexen gets the first, but it's a little bit of a bandage on a fairly gaping wound. It's now just got even worse. Spikester needs to go down.
Oh, goodness me. All right, there you go. 3K already for Chenza, and he's going to just follow that up with a fourth as well. Really, really solid backside hold there between Chenza and Enli. As soon as that aggression starts to come through, it felt like the utility to clear out backside wasn't where it needed to be. It can be difficult on a pistol round. Obviously, you're not going to have quite as much utility to try and deal. And so you've got Chenza on up high, you've got Enli in the back down below, and they play off of each other really, really well. Even when that utility tries to come out to try and flush things out a little bit, Chenza just so snappy with the aim, and that's a beautiful way to kick things off here, and perhaps will do wonders for their confidence coming into the series.
Confidence is key. Now over towards C again. This time they're not exactly being any more quiet about it. Luxless having a bit of a spray down. Might be able to catch a couple of wild tag ups, but preparing snake bite just to deter them, delay them getting onto this site. The door has been pushed again, been rotating constantly throughout this round. A little bit of sound in the background, keeping the B players on the tips of their toes. On the flip side, Enli's pushed so far, got so much information that they are just going to bolster the C site in advance. Safety in numbers, especially in these pistols. Back away, that's not going to fade in a second. Absolutely gonna get nothing here. Now they've just got to burst through. They use the limited utility they have to try and get through the choke point. Unfortunately, it's an absolute bloodbath, and they're not even getting it done with the rifles they brought up. Close range Luxless with the last. It's pretty clean, a couple of picks there, but the stall potential.
A little bit of extra damage certainly will help, at least. You know, you kind of bolster your own buy into the next round, and you're forcing either a reinvest, which damages long-term economy, or they're coming in with like next to nothing for those two players, which means that this next round, which should be a rifle round for DRG, will be a little bit of a walk in the park. But as you said, right, a lot of stall potential here that came out. Again, a lot of that comes off the fact that it was an eco round, so you're not really expecting too much from DRG. Ain't no way. Okay, for half a second there were like 3 outlaws or something, or maybe it was an outlaw, 2 outlaws and a bucky. I don't know. It was a crazy loadout, but thankfully they didn't choose to stick with it. Acme's gonna go with the bulldog instead, and as predicted, 2 of those players just gonna be on pistols this round, trying to preserve that long-term economy. Got a little bit of a go next attitude here. Just do as much damage as you possibly can onto DRG before they make their way in on towards the site, but you've got to be a bit realistic in your expectations. So alt orbs, I feel like, is going to be the name of the game here. That being said, I'm surprised at how little pushback we're seeing from ZCG in terms of the map control. They're not really pushing for these orbs, and they're not pushing to deny them either. So DRG are going to build up these ultimates insanely quickly. I mean, look at Flexen. He's 1 away from the shadows already.
Yeah, there's been no real pushes for information. There's been no real aggression to try and get an opening pick. And she said, no aggression for Old Orbs. They have just been very, very happy to sit on their hands and move pieces around occasionally. But with no information this round, it's going to be very difficult to know where they're going to be landing. But Outlaw rings out. It's Ackman to get the first. Ritz with another, but there is some pushback eventually. Oh, what a flip on over there. Nick's got another. They've burst onto site. Now, finally, the executes through the smoke pay off, and 1 player remaining. Enli so far removed from the situation. A Bucky in hand. This is not a retake weapon, and this is not the retake numbers.
It's a good read from from DRG rather, right? Realizing that the C site obviously is going to be weak site. You know you have a massive gun advantage. Like, B is where you hit when you don't have guns. C is where you hit when you have some guns. You've got a little bit of an advantage. You want to press that. as far as humanly possible. You want to really, really take that advantage and bring it out for all it's worth. And that's what they've done here. So they hit the least guarded site. They ensure themselves a very clean cleanup. Only one player dying out, and that was to a snake bite. I mean, what can you do at that point? You got to run out of it, and ran out of HP before they could get to the other side. So not the end of the world there by any measure. And of course, this is where DRG will likely start to find themselves that momentum. That first pistol round, I always say it can be a little bit coin flippy. It can be a bit of a 50-50. But as soon as DRG got guns in hands, things start to look much better. Now, I mentioned Endley and the Odin. This is where we need to start keeping an eye out because, I mean, we're on the A site and Endley's got the Odin, but no, Spike's making its way towards B.
I love this. Straight through the back of site, cutting through, and actually it looks like they want to hit B instead. Wide open. Oh, straight to the face. Somehow. Location, no number had, still walks away with the pick. Is eventually punished for his hubris, but given the team the rest of the chance, site's been taken. Lovely shot there from Nick just to keep hold of this. And again, talked about store utility. Now it's DRG's turn. Got the paranoia ready on hand at the perfect time, but it doesn't quite catch Acme, but doesn't matter. Nick peeks on out. Beautifully done. You can see the excitement. They're out of chairs already, and it's only map 1.
Yeah, having that Yoru ultimate so early on in the game, it's a little bit gimmicky, right? I mean, that is an ult play. That's something you do maybe once in an entire map. But to get that out really early, to really catch ZCG off guard, and to break that economy, I mean, they finally got guns in their hands, and instantly you slap that straight down into oblivion. You keep 2 of your players alive at the end of it. This is really, really a good look for DRG. They can continue to just kind of ride that wave, as now it's going to be another anti-eco. Look, their economy's not phenomenal, although that being said, I mean, maybe because you just decided to keep the outlaw, right? Like, get a little bit cheeky with that one. Why not? The rest of the team's looking really good in terms of what they're bringing to the table here. And yes, we did use that Yoru ult, but Spritz is already 2 pips to the next ult. Ackerman is 1 away from the overdrive. We've got 2 away from the nightfall. Like, DRG have got so much in the tank, just waiting for an opening to drop it all. And they know that they can kind of stagger it out a little bit.
I think that's absolutely going to be the play, is tempering, and not even tempering, being able to wield that aggression correctly. We saw that they struggled a little bit at the start when they didn't have the full might with getting through these sort of stalling smokes. Now they've got all the flashes, now they've got actual weaponry online. They're able to break through these defenses, and they've got the ultimates to help with them. I think we need to see some form of aggression coming out from ZCG, because just sitting on your hands early round is not winning them anything right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was talking about a little bit earlier on, right? We weren't seeing too much of the map control coming through. And I mean, you also have to consider they've only had 1 real buy round, right? They had the forced buy on round 2, which is standard. And then they lost 2 players, so that was a bit of a weak one. And then they had the rifles, and unfortunately they just got ran over. Like, there's no nice way to say that, unfortunately. That round was a bit of a wash. And then they went straight back down onto pistols. So unfortunately, it is going to take a few rounds before they have an opportunity to start showing signs of life. But here we go. We're going to get the coaches involved, Jen. I think they're probably going to be saying some similar things. Like, come on, guys. We're going to have guns in hand now. We can't just keep giving that space up for free. We need to be pushing back a little bit. We need to be taking that control. And to be fair, they were doing a decent job of it the other day. So it's surprising to see that they haven't really angled for that just yet. The good news is with them getting pistol and conversion, it means that with it being 2-3 instead of 5-0, they've got a little bit of wiggle room here. They've had a bit of time before they've really needed to make this adjustment. So I'm really hoping that at the end of this timeout, we're going to start seeing those adjustments happening.
Yep, we can only hope. And that's the point of the timeout, isn't it? Is to readjust. And if you don't use this opportunity, sometimes you use it to reset, right? It's the battle of the is. Do you reset or do you readjust? And I think on this one, maybe a little bit of both. It's been a little bit of a downward spiral for them, but as you said, they've not had the gun rounds. Now, it's looking a little bit more of a prospect for them. They really need to find something here just to not let this continue to slip. And yes, defender-sided map, right?
Yeah.
But you really don't want to let it get out of hand too early, because then you're constantly climbing up this hill, and it's just is more difficult than it needs to be. Early round this time. Now it looks like they're getting a little bit proactive. There's more of a fight over towards A, and they're pushing further. This is what we wanted to see. Now, looks this, taking down through the smoke. It's a little bit of a painful one, because that's going to leave the B site completely up for the taking. There is reinforcements nearby, and there comes the showstopper, but Nick's got a handle on it all. However, can't do everything. Acme peeks on through, saving the team. Ult's invested, but finally the aggression pays off. They're close enough for the quick rotates. They're close enough for the opening picks. And that is what we wanted to see. And we were right, Sam. Always feels good when we say something and we're right.
Absolutely. And this is why part of the reason I was also saying that most teams will only really hit B on an eco round unless they've got some like shenanigans up their sleeve. This was just a round where they were like, hey, let's just hit B. And unfortunately, ready and waiting for that to come through, despite the showstopper doing a lot and Nick really trying to battle it back. This was a really good performance from ZCG to just kind of keep that momentum going as far as possible. Now we're going to continue along with that rubble control, making sure that no one's pushing here, but DRG have learned their lesson. There's a strong angle towards C, and again, weak sight. There is a lot of possibility here for an easy sight hit, and now with the utility already coming out to start getting some of that information, opening up those avenues, it's just going to be a really fast sight hit.
Super speedy, they got outpaced last round and they've decided to turn up the heat even further. They've got themselves a whole site and more. There are guns, there is utility available for the retake here. Okay, be careful. Just to not get caught in the opening fire, but there comes out the Thorn Garden. Flexing with one with the shorty, but Enley's got an immediate response. He's gonna start wearing off. Spritz bounced off of the angle here. Nick again stepping up. But there it is. Clean, done, dusted. Keep hold of the site and the aggression. They got outpaced for one. They won't let it happen again.
It felt like maybe there was a little bit of over-aggression happening there, a little bit getting... It's not even necessarily a confidence thing. I think that it's one of those situations where it's like, we've got to try and secure this as far as possible. So I'm gonna take some space. I'm gonna push out, and unfortunately, you just kind of push into an enemy player. And what looks like even numbers scenario, you hand over that numbers advantage basically for free. Now, a lot was invested into that round for DRG, but absolutely worth it because they come out on the other side basically intact. And they've managed to secure yet one more round for themselves. Plus, they're still very close to 2 more ultimates. From the Shadows has been chilling there for a hot minute. Again, you know, not really like a momentum-shifting ultimate, but for that panic button moment, they have that available. On the other side, ZCG, I'm really looking forward to seeing what the next round is going to look like for them. Because let's face it, this is probably going to be a little bit of a wash of a round. Yes. But in the next, they're going to have 2 really impactful ultimates here. I'm thinking maybe we lock down a site, and then once the push starts coming through, we Nightfall, we play off of that. I think that there's a lot of potential here to turn things back around, but unfortunately, that 2-round deficit looking to remain a problem.
Again, straight into the enemy backlines and faces. Good for one, and then traded once more. There we go. Lovely spot on the horn there. Jump on up, take the space, hide in the smoke. Look, we've got 2 players here. It's going to fade. You peek on out, you don't see anything. You know there's one player there somewhere. But you've got eyes all around. Contact is made, and now Chenza, waiting for the push, knows that it's likely, but they're actually all just backing away. Through the wall there, finds 2. Doesn't even need vision. Just chipping away.
I will say, Enley, again, little bit outrageous, little bit unfair. How he manages to get 2 there with a pistol is outrageous. But he was someone that we came into today and I was like, you got to keep an eye out for him. Some of those individual heroics really made a big difference for ZCG the other day, so looking to see a little bit more of that. However, you cannot rest all of the weight upon one player. Everyone really does need to be kind of stepping up and doing their part. And obviously, this was a pistol round, so it was just a little bit of icing on top, you know, a little bit of extra when you know that it's gonna go awry. But here's that Viper's Pit that I was waiting for. We're gonna try and shut down Mound entirely. how did DRG now react? It looks like they're just going to pivot away.
Solid option. You've been faced with a whole hell of a troublesome task trying to even look at C. Do you really want to continue? Turns out they kind of do want to have at least a little bit of a nosy and a poke and a prod to see if they can find something, but so far removed at the back of this site, the back of this Viper's pit. The Ackman running in first. Fritz goes down. There is a trade. Make that 2 there. Buy one, get one free, but UG puts a little bit of a stop. The Viper's pit comes down, and faced with adversity, they want to persevere still somehow, and they've broken the barricade. But now, one person left. That's the 1v1. First kill, immaculate. Spike right in front of them, but no opportunity. Picks it up, jump spots ahead, knows where they are, wants to toy with it. Wall to get them out of dodge, decides no, don't want to take the 1v1, not on your terms, not here. I'm going to back away, I'm going to find somewhere else to go. And that way, at least neither of us has the advantage.
Ooh, I was about to say this could have been a fake the entire time, and Chunza has had the same idea, and unfortunately it was wrong, and this is so big brain from Ackerman. It's one of those things of like, they think that I could fake, but I might not fake, but maybe I am faking. They don't know. It's beautifully done, and that's going to allow him to get the plant, but now Chunza has to come out on top, and Ackerman is no slouch. This is not someone that you should not be weary of. Chunza has to play this perfectly. Either way, he gets his ult online, but realistically, we want the round here.
You want the round, absolutely. Stomping around is going to be heard. Start counting, spots the shoulder. Oh, runs on out, and instead of trying to play it passive, instead of trying to play the time, wants to fight, and this time is not going to be successful. Health low is never a good combination either, but well played. Couldn't quite get it across the finish line there, though.
Incredibly expensive round, right? Both of those ultimates that we spoke about were thrown into this round just to give them, just to buy them that one more round, that one step closer to trying to even things out a little bit. And on your defensive side, you want this to be a little bit more of a dominant showing. That being said, it's awesome that they're going toe-to-toe with a team like DRG. I'm not going to take that away from them for a moment. Very impressive. They've still now got a showstopper online, so we've got a little bit of extra firepower available. They haven't broken the economy of DRG though, and with it being so expensive, they don't have a full buy. They're actually lacking a little bit on some of that utility, so they, especially on the fade, so they could be in a little bit of trouble into this round, and hopefully they can steal their nerves a little bit, maybe push themselves to an even scoreline.
Maybe in the Ackman making up for last round, couldn't quite clutch it up, so he's going to start this round off fiery, and the rest of the team, the kills come flooding in. Ooh, catching strays through the smoke. The rest of the team's going to push towards B, but he's making sure that he provides a little bit of a buffer to the left-hand side. Potential for a flank here if so desired, but has to make a move on, because right now he's so far removed from his team and is not going to be impactful. With Lotus finding the first, that starts to throw some questions into the mix.
Versus 4 is almost unthinkable, and part of you is like, maybe we just back away, maybe we just hold on to what we have, but Spirits is not going to allow that to happen. The first one to come through, and Acme now all alone, holding onto a Bulldog, hoping to get an exit, something like that. Oh, maybe he can retrieve the Vandal. Pretty cool if he could do that on the exit. Here's the steps behind him. Oh my goodness, a rock in a hard place for absolutely sure. He can maybe snag this one last kill, but Spirit's not looking to push that unnecessarily. So, Acme's gonna get the hell out of dodge, and that's going to be, oh no!
Or not.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Well, you know what? He gets an ult orb. So we take those, I suppose.
Exactly.
Something.
I mean, difficult round in that situation. It's a lose-lose, but ult orb, we talk about the Silver Knights. We talk about how the ult orbs have not exactly been something that ZCG can go for, but take the wins where you can get them, I guess.
Every little bit helps. All right. 2 rounds remaining. This is unfortunately an eco here. I really don't want to see that showstopper coming out unless we're in like a very winnable scenario. I love that Vukashu is just, not Marshall, Outlaw. That's my vibe. I don't need a real gun. I don't need a Vandal. I don't need an op. Just
Outlaw.
I see that the lads in China are also in agreement. Vukashu and the Outlaw, bro. That's where the entertainment's at.
I love it. I was a little hesitant when the weapon first came into the game. I was a bit like, do we really need this? It's kind of busted, but it's so flashy. Crits with the first though, and we said we don't want to see the showstopper. Well, Sam, you got your wish. Showstopper will not be allowed this round.
Not what I meant.
Though, they've not been able to get an opening hit to try and spiral this one. In fact, it has just been a slow demolishing of this defense one by one. They're knocking down the dominoes. We're next on up, having a little bit of a peek. It's going to have to go with Yuji. Actually, Yuji's going to deal with him. Vukashu, though, says absolutely not. Venges his teammate round the corner with the shorty. Closes this one off, and now Luxus. What are you even going to be given here?
Not much. Everything has to be taken. You gotta fight your way to these victories. Unfortunately, in a 1 versus 4, it's seemingly... it could be impossible. I want to just give a shout out to Spirits here. I mean, obviously this is your duelist player. You're expecting them to pop off, but sitting at 12 and 7 at the moment, having a really, really solid first half here. That's almost 1 kill per round. Actually, it could even be more depending on how this last round goes. Like, that's a very, like, impactful performance to be having. And these are the things that you really do like to see.
Consistency too. That's something we preach about as casters, isn't it? It's consistency and sustainability of how you're winning. And kill a round, you're doing your part, you're stepping up. You're not, you know, having to flip-flop between all or nothing. It's good to see. We talked about the Odin as well. Owen's back out.
Yeah, attack Odin is always an interesting one. No, oh, it gets one. Okay, this is feeling like a recoverable round. Maybe we go in at a 75.
Potentially, Acme wants it. Nick says no, but 2 versus 3. They've got the sight, they've got the spike. They've got to be very quick on this because they're not going to have much time to set up here. Actually, looking to head to the other side of the map, and I'm not always a fan of this move because if you don't get Nick across safely here, if Yuji can find something, then it all comes crumbling down. But alas, not meant to be, and unfortunately, for ZCG, this starts to get even more messy. Just about... Oh, no tagged by the edge of the Nightfall there.
Yeah, I still don't think that there's really too much that can be done here. We've got a nice little crossfire set up. The last two have to push in together. They're going to have to push through this choke point. Oh, the Haunt's still available. And that's going to, or rather the Leer, and that's going to make things a little bit more difficult. Didn't really spot anything else. Some good smokes to come through, but they don't clear the left angle. And it's just flexing to clean it up. What was looking like a potential for a 7-5 half is snatched away as we go 8-4. But again, I feel like there's still flowers to be given here. A lot of these rounds are incredibly close. It's not like ZCG are just getting smacked around, you know, flawless rounds every round from DRG. This is a team that went to champs. So for ZCG to be doing this well is impressive on a map that we already noted was a weak spot for ZCG. And yet they're still continuing to try to put up some sort of a fight. That in and of itself is really impressive.
Yeah, there hasn't been a lack of resistance. It hasn't been an absolute stomping over. And even the rounds that ZCG have won have been pretty close. The rounds that we've seen DRG win, they've been a bit more hit and miss, but they have been kept fairly humble in the mix of all of this. There's been, you know, over-aggressive plays have been punished. We're not seeing them sort of letting DRG get away with daylight robbery. There has been sort of slap in the hand as it reaches for the cookie jar here. And they're going on to I say the easier side. You're going up against this team. Nothing's gonna be easier, but maybe more favored, slightly tactically more advantageous to be on.
We shall see. We shall see. I mean, DRG, the fact that they've just come off of their defender side, or rather, sorry, off of their attacking side with 8 rounds in the belt. It's a little bit of a scary one. Remember that ZCG only managed to get 6 rounds the last time they played this. 4 of those were on attack, but only 2 were on defense. And again, a lot of that had to do with the fact that they didn't really have much of an opportunity for a defensive side. The scoreline was obviously quite skewed. and it turned into a little bit of a runaway. So hopefully now we get to see a little bit more out of them as we move on to their attacking side. They've got the composition for it. The Viper could be instrumental in helping them with those lurk walls, with finding themselves in really good spots. Okay, I mean, even the Viper's Pit helped them win a round in the previous half, and sure, you're thinking to get a little bit more value out of the Viper on the defensive side generally, but general is not always the absolute be-all and end-all. So I'm looking to Luxus a little bit here to see what he's going to be able to accomplish with that utility.
So we'll find out. Wall up A to allow them to advance, but maybe somewhat of a ruse because it's over towards C that the real action's going on.
That is dirty from Spirits. I don't think, yeah, not going to really have the opportunity to activate, but it is just so unfair. And then, now he has an opportunity to lurk out. You know, information's been given. There's a little bit of going on over towards the safe side. So, yes, team up with Vukashu, and now they can go in for the flank. This is going to be devastating, but are they even going to have the chance to activate? Because the rest of DRG are slowly whittling away the numbers as they try to make their way into the site.
I mean, UG is low health here, but they've not exactly given themselves the worst opportunity. The issue is they are going to have to get a move on, because realistically speaking, there's a double flank coming on through. They've got their name written all over it, and they're wide open. No cover to hide behind. Sitting ducks, taken down, and that's another round on the board.
That's devastating, man. The worst part is that it looked like there was possibility. It turned into a 2v1 on the site. Yes, there's still two more coming from behind. You don't know that. You don't know where they are. And that's the real tragedy of not having the caster vision, is that you really just don't know. Ackerman is nasty with this Sheriff. It's a little bit unfair. But yeah, not having that information meant that they had to play so much slower. They had to play so much more carefully. If they had just gone on to A site, free plant. And then it's just, I say just, but then it's post plant. Unfortunately, not allowed that opportunity. So now DRG snag themselves the pistol. Oh my god, and Vukashu through the smoke. It's just unfair.
They were keeping the aces up their sleeves until this half. That's what I'm telling you. Nick, not gonna get a nice clean shot of his own, but just gonna deter them. It's been enough time. They've called everyone over, and look at the flank from Flexen. Flexen flank.
Opening, but again, look at this flank. Again, they know that there's no real flank watch for ZCG. They don't have a sentinel, so it's so easy to just get into that backline at any moment.
Google goes out. Ackerman spraying wildly. This time we'll have no such luck with a pot shot. Vukashu though, lovely. And playing this like it's a shotgun round the corners, peeking, ducking and weaving, but will not be allowed to continue on. It's messy, it's scrappy, it's a brawl on site, but ultimately ZCG are going to win this. Nick, Flexen, they've got a little bit of a pincer here, but there's a bit of a worry here from Luxless, who could split this up at any second. There's the first foul. Now need to isolate the next fight. UG, low health, they could do it.
Nice little gun swap as well, but I think pushing for this doesn't really make too much sense. Oh, they're gonna do it anyway. You know what? We'll probably have guns in the next round no matter what, so let's try and make this as expensive as possible for ZCG. Make it almost impossible for them to have guns into that next round. And yes, 2 more kills. There's no time for them to try and go for that defuse. I'm not even sure Nick's gonna be able to get out. Nope. Gonna lose that gun. But 4 kills on the trot means that it's going to be a hefty reinvestment from ZCG, and that could really bode ill for them. This was a tactical decision from DRG to push that regardless, to try and make it as expensive as humanly possible, because they knew they had a little, I mean, it was essentially their bonus. So in the next round, they should have a lot more to work with. Meanwhile, it's going to be a very tough scenario for ZCG to reinvest properly after spending so much into that previous round. Oh, but they've managed to make it happen. They've had to sacrifice a little bit of utility to get there, but we have weapons online, and unfortunately, it's not going to make a difference. Chinza is already offline, and within seconds, within moments, ZCG already at a deficit.
Yep, difficult one there to face. Flexen once more isn't content with the space that he already has. Has to be careful. Oh, they're just about manages it. And Ackerman has Yuji from behind. And all the space they could want and more. Spike down, dropped at their doorstep. Flexing though, bites off a little bit too much, overzealous in this control. Like still, ooh, just been picked up. Ackerman knows, just have to back off now. You have to let them have this one. Tip your hat to your opponent, back off, call for reinforcements. You don't want to get caught unaware. The double swing, oh, still manages to find a way to walk away alive. Spritz now can activate. Gun barrel spotted. Teleport away. Doors being open, knows this possibility, and oh, absolutely sniped there from across the map.
I just love that Vukushu's favorite weapon seems to be the outlaw. Like,
it's working. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
That's the craziest part, is that it's working. I don't think there is anyone else who could consistently get this much value out of an outlaw. Like, it's a little bit unreasonable. What also is unreasonable is the fact that Spirits doesn't even have his gun out as Chenza pops up over the wall, and he's still able to get that kill. I mean, it's just... Unfortunately, the difference between a team that played at Champs and a team that had to scrap and fight their way into Ascension is evident. We're still giving ZCG their flowers. We are not taking away from them even a moment. 5 rounds against a team like DRG is incredible. But as expected, DRG looking very strong in this matchup, as it absolutely was predicted to be. I think it would have been... See, this is the interesting part, right? Because you really want to talk about the, oh, well, this makes sense. But bearing in mind that 2 of China's Ascension teams made it to champs. So grassroots in China is absolutely bopping. That's what I've taken from this. Like, you cannot discount any of these teams, even if they've seemingly come out of nowhere. Give them a chance. They may just surprise you.
I think that it's so important that they play this on LAN as well. We talk so much about what LAN does for a team, what LAN does for players as well. It's a whole different beast, right? Everything feels a little bit different. You've got your team there, there's energy, there's new emotions and everything. So to be able to play so much on LAN sets them up so perfectly and will make them just better players, more cohesive as a unit, as a team. So I think, you know, the amount that's been invested is, it looks great. Showstopper comes on out. It is going to connect with Nick, but Vukushu instantly has something to say about that. Akron finds his pick, runs away, and now it's Vukushu needing to step up again, but it's not the outlaw in hand, and he's going to lose because of it. Crawling on forward, disadvantageous retake. Couple of health bars looking worse for wear. UG, no health, but is Akman going to be looking for this? Oh, they could jump on up. They choose to take the fight round the side, but it's perfectly called. And now flexing to find something, but I don't think he's going to be allowed this. Shown his face, and now they're all going to look. 3 gun barrels pointed at his face, and you're not going to be walking away from that one happily.
That's a phenomenal round from ZCG. They came into that with, like, pots and pans and still managed to... Okay, it is the weak side that they are exploiting, but they exploit it really well. They take the space beautifully, and they deny the re-aggress in. They also do a little bit of punishing on some of the aggression coming out, particularly over towards that B site, right? So I think the real problem in this round is that Vukushu didn't have an outlaw. If Vukushu has an outlaw, then, you know, I think it's GG. But he came in with a Vandal, kind of threw that around a little bit. All jokes, chat.
Yeah, all jokes, don't kill us, please. What a shot, though. I saw your reaction there. I was... Yep, absolutely beautiful picks. And this is not even like a half fight they're up there. They have just dismantled. And Ackerman, lovely stun out there, but immediately there's a response to Paranoia to stop it peeking off of it.
Oh dear, dimensional drift now. He's got himself in a really good spot. The flash comes out, doesn't really get him much of anything. Oh, the double up is fantastic. And Nick now has to 1v3. Oh my lord, ZCG back with a vengeance, finding a way to keep clawing their way into this series. A better performance than what they had on day 1 of Ascension. I'm really impressed. You know, they went to the drawing board after that loss. They decided to work on a couple of things, make some changes here and there, and now they're up to 7 rounds. How much more can we realistically get through here? Because money for DRG is going to start looking a bit tight as things go on. I'm looking forward to seeing what that buy is going to look like. Yeah, they might still be able to scrape something together because, I mean, obviously they've been on a little bit of a tear. So we'll have a look at that. I also want to take a look at the ult economy. It's not something that I've kind of checked in with too much as we've been in the last couple of rounds. I'll be honest, I kind of thought DRG were getting ready to take this one home, but it seems like no, not just yet. Basically a full eco round now for DRG, so they're not likely to use any of their ultimates, but we got 3 ults for ZCG here, so even if they somehow stumble on this round, they'll have a lot to say in the next, but this one should be an 8th for them, maybe even a 9th on the other side.
Yeah, there's so much potential to get back into this and longevity. Ackerman, though, says absolutely not. He wants to dismantle this. Mind, body, and soul is going to be denied any further, and Flex and low HP just has to back away. And it was an amazing start, but is it going to amount to anything? That's the question of the hour.
Honestly, that's like the most incredible performance we've had on an eco round. But as you said, how much more? The overdrive already down and in the grave. A third for Ackerman would have been amazing, but Spirits is going to try to keep this ball rolling. They now have a player advantage. They might even be able to pick up some guns, but no, that advantage is quickly snatched back. They've denied entry. We're down to 40 seconds, so an exec needs to come quickly. Vukushu caught standing out in the open in a little bit of danger. Nick now full HP and pushing for these kills, trying desperately to get them, but finally we're going to see it from the shadows. It's been a hot minute, but Enly will use it, get all the way over towards that seaside. Spike planted. What can Nick do? The health advantage is certainly his, but he has no information. Spots out the first, head connected. Enly now 4 HP and a dream, has to try and play this time as perfectly as humanly possible. A smoke to come through will give him a little bit more to work with. The horn spots him out. The flick is disgusting. And Nick, with the most insane clutch imaginable, will bring DRG up to 12.
What a shot there. So well played. Throws out the tether to try figure out if someone's in that corner, but the smoke drops just at the wrong second. Cannot clear it, cannot see if it's actually tethered to anybody, right? That horn's not online, different situation. Low HP though, but just so well played. Credit where it's due, getting the spike down, very nicely done, but that should never have slipped that far for them. The opening picks, the opening aggression, and this has been a team that was up in your face the whole of their attacker side. They were not quiet. Why would you expect them to start being quiet now on the defense? Nope, up in their face. They have no response to the early aggression. Again, the horn, so much information off of them.
Econs have been incredible, and that was an eco round as well that they just came off the back of, for anyone who wasn't sure. But we're going to keep battling this back now. ZCG using that Nightfall to try and push the defenders back, and they may have just given themselves that opportunity. Classic, it wasn't the Classic that got the kill, it was Yuji with the Guardian. Now Spirit's all alone, but 1v2, they've done so much to set him up for success. Yeah, still has those flashes. Oh my god, gets that first kill with absolutely no pushback whatsoever. Flash over the top, gets the second kill, third on the round, and that's DRG taking this map 13-7. Incredible scenes, but again, I have to give those flowers to ZCG. Despite all adversity, they take 7 rounds off of DRG on a map that we know that they're not comfortable on. We expected DRG to win that map, and so congratulations there. That's going to potentially bring them one step closer to finding their way back into VCT next season. But for now, this has been a great performance from one of our grassroots teams.
Yeah, just lovely showing all round. And there's so much good that we can highlight in there, right? We talked about how we were seeing some ridiculous, you know, borderline bullying Euro plays, but they were getting punished. That there wasn't any moments where, you know, when they were overstepping, when they were going too far, that they were being told no, and that there were adjustments being made. The issue was, I think, we just needed to see that aggression coming out a little bit earlier on that defense side. Maybe a couple more rounds on defense, you give yourself a bit more footing, because their attack side had some really good moments there. But at the end of the day, not how the cookie crumbled. They went toe-to-toe with one of the best teams in the region. I say that they've just come back from champs, as we've been talking about. And they've not gone down quietly, which is really good to see. And you get your difficult opponents out the way early, you know?
Absolutely, right? And it can all only be uphill from there. We see this in tournaments all the time where like the first couple of days you're just playing against the teams that are like kind of on the same level as you, that are very much in your contention, or sometimes even a little bit, you know, lower. And then you build up this like crazy streak, you're feeling great, and then you still have to deal with the raid boss at the end. Get the raid boss done early and know that now all you have to do is focus on winning the more winnable scenario. So this is great. Now that's going to be them dropping down into no that's not, it's not the end of the series. Oh my goodness, I'm getting way ahead of myself here. That's going to be us finishing off the first map, but now it's time for the team comms. I do want to take back after this. I don't know if it comes along.
Bro, this fight
飞了一枪死啊！我打一枪。
好的，我对 CT 行吗？我去楼梯。
可以。
Can watch today maybe？
对啊，
中队。Not today 啊
哪有啥？看好点。
爆能器已部署。
意外一个下包的。
8点。
And here we have it, our MVP. And some things transcend the language barrier. We saw them up and out of their seats. Round 4, I think it was. And that sort of passion, you know, that's something that carries you through as well. A team that's cohesive, a team that has the energy behind them. But I mean, I can think of absolutely nobody better than Spirit for who should be our MVP. Just so impactful. Just heavy hitter at all of these modes. Some of the most egregious Euro plays I've seen in a while as well. You know, the teleporting on, you know, coming out of dimensional drift in their line of sight and then shotgun to the face. You know, it's disgusting.
It's the kind of shenanigans that we enjoy seeing for sure, and Spirits is somebody that we've always kind of looked towards to be an incredible performer. So really cool to see that he is continuing to step up in the way that we know that he can. Of course, here's that little highlight reel from some of the more insane plays that he had. That clutch, that 1v2 clutch, is going to probably live with me for the rest of time. How he managed to do that is just absolutely unreal, but there you go. Great performance here from DRG. Now, as I was actually, you know, before I got a little bit ahead of myself, that's the first map done, and that was DRG's map pick. So obviously you expect them to do well on that one. No surprises there. But we now move on to map number 2. That's going to be Corode, and that's going to be ZCG's map pick. And I always have so many questions because it is one of the newer, well, it's the newest map in the pool, and we did see a lot of teams struggling with it last season. So I'm really hoping to see some huge improvements here, particularly because, again, when it's the map of a grassroots team, they've had a lot more time behind the scenes to develop, to think, to plan, and to plot, and to watch some of the best teams in the world. We've just come off of champs, so they will have seen some of the greatest performances imaginable on that map, and I want to see what kind of ideas they're going to be bringing to the table here. They're going to have to do something amazing if they want to take us to that third map once we get to the other side of Corode.
Yeah, I think one final interesting stat there was the post-plant holds there, I believe it is the third side, 8 out of 9 available, which was just monumental because we saw them taking the site, and that was something quite difficult, was that there's a lot of struggle stopping DRG actually getting onto site. And I think going onto a map like a Corode, where if you're going to let them be so aggressive, the whole point of the map is that there are rungs, aren't there? That you can push forward a little bit and then put your foot in there. And then if they push you, you can go back another bit. You can take that space back. But if you're just getting pushed, you lose all of that space so quickly. It's so difficult to get back into. But that being said, I think we've got time for a little bit of a break now. Sam, go refill our drinks, our snacks as well. We'll see you guys very soon.
Welcome back, everybody, to Project Horizon, where we bring you English coverage of VCT China and, as it turns out, Ascension. Oh, we are already in game, apparently, folks, so we don't have a lot of time to yap. I'm sure you are all going to be super excited about that, as we do actually manage to catch the first kill. Vukashu getting the kill on to UG and giving themselves a huge opening into this round, but ZCG fight back, bring it to a 3v3.
Lovely response there immediately, and Acme is not even going to go check another pick to the tally, makes that 3. And you can't help but feel you knew that he was hanging around here, but they do nothing to stop it, and that is a second pistol run. ZCG, they've been having really strong starts to these maps.
Yeah, but we've got to turn that into a little bit more momentum, right? Now, again, as mentioned, this is their map pick. So we are expecting them to be able to come out with a slightly better performance than what we saw. Not that Lotus was a terrible performance. I was actually rather impressed with how well they were able to do. But this is where you have to win the map if you want to give yourself another opportunity. Reminder, folks, if they do lose this, their chances of making it to playoffs are not entirely gone. They'll go down into a lower bracket in their group where they will have to either rematch against octagonal disposition, or they will play against Thunder Gaming, depending on, obviously, which one of those two teams wins in that matchup. Now, there's, you know, it's difficult to say what that result will look like, but if they can snag themselves a map here, maybe take it to a third, maybe mount the upset of the season, perhaps they don't have to worry about that one. But we'll get through the second round now already. Luxless flashed off of his angle, and the site is free for the taking.
That it is, Spirit. Lovely pick. Flexing, Ackerman with the pistols. We've seen it. They don't want to go quietly. And it's always these thrifties that they seem to find miracles. And it's so quick. And we talked about this. DRG, a team that you cannot sleep on. If you think that they're going to give you a breather, they will not. They are all out aggression.
That's really unfortunate for ZCG as well, because it's really going to do some damage to that long-term economy. Ooh, what? Junza, how have you done that? Oh my god, oh my god, what? What? The fact that he can't win the round off of that is actually insane. And funnily enough, he got a 4K in the pistol round on Lotus as well. So another 4K would have needed to be an ace to win that round. There even would have been time to defuse, but unfortunately not to be, not allowed. Devastation. That's unreal.
I saw Spirit doing thumbs up there. Put your thumb down. That was not something to celebrate. It should never have gotten that close. It's absolutely ridiculous. And the fact that it comes down to a classic at the end there, don't be cheering. That one is, that whilst it's a round win, it's... You almost let it get away from you. But again, it's Nika. I guess temper your expectations. But I think they're gonna be a little bit worried about how quickly that spirals, and hope that they're gonna let it happen again. Yuji's got a bit of a trade, but it's fine. Everything's back under control. We're not gonna see the shenanigans again. I mean, I doubt it. There is a sheriff still available, but I don't think DRG are going to let this quite humble out of control.
Devastation for ZCG. Imagine coming through that pistol round being so ready to build up a little bit of momentum for yourself and get yourself into a far stronger position. Have it snatched away in the next round despite how close it got. And this will be a fairly clean round for DRG as well. Only losing one player unless Acme does something a little bit, you know, outrageous here. So the question becomes, what is ZCG's money going to look like into that next round? Things have been kind of all over the place. The kills have been really crazy as well. There you go. One more kill. All right. I said if he manages to achieve something crazy, did just that. So well done him. And now we can start to think about what that resurgence could possibly look like. You know, we are only just a few rounds in. There's still a lot of opportunities.
That's there. And they've been getting some picks, right? It hasn't been a complete sweep. It's not been lights out. They've got pistols, get nothing. If you can find 2 kills, that's usually good enough when you come in with absolutely nothing. is anything that you can find, anything you can pick up, or anything that you can do economic damage-wise to stop DRG getting all of the advantages, right? They have a round advantage right now, albeit small, but if you can stop them having this prolonged economic advantage, it's going to be huge for Ackerman. Oh, it's so spicy. Gets to and gets out of dodge. Completely scot-free. Not a point of damage on him.
That's unreasonable, man. These neons, just such a sight to behold. They can be such a thorn in the side. And now already having a massive numbers advantage. The last 2 players for ZCG. Gee, at this point, you just save. Like, what more can you realistically do? Oh, get flanked on. It's another flex and flank. And it's another round for DRG.
Yep, it is indeed. It's just looking good. I mean, I don't know what we expected. It's going to be a difficult one coming into this. We did say that, you know, playing on their opponent's map pick could potentially be a little bit of a worry for them, but I think it's still early days, though. I think it's still early days. Dismantling the first couple of gun rounds, always a good sign, but I don't know. Coming into this, we have a single weapon available. And it is going to be that Stinger. Whether we're going to see it have too much infections has been tagged up pretty badly. Still going strong, though. Nothing but a shorty, which low HP is going to be difficult. It's going to take 2 punches of shorty to try and get something done. But Stinger comes on through, gives them the early player advantage. Sight's going to be lost, but Luxless doesn't go down without a fee. Shensa gets another one, and actually suddenly this has gone way too out of hand. Mukashu has to try step up, but it's not going to happen. Yuji with the last. And we have seen yet another Thrifty come on through. It has just been monumental today. I think, you know what? Pack it up. Nobody bother buying actual guns. Just get it done with the shorties. Get it done with the sheriffs. And just absolutely blown away. Now, you're going to have to see some sort of a response to this. We said try keeping the economical damage to a maximum against the DRG. Bukashu, however, is going to have the op. Now, we've not seen him with the op a whole lot. He's been, you know, we've been favoring the outlaw a little bit more. Now we're going to get to see what he can do. Full force, full power. There it is. There's the first one up. Is instantly traded, however. And look at this. The kill feed floods green. Flexing. Does get one in exchange, but Luxless. Oh, it's so snappy. And it is done. It is dusted. It is sorted. You can see very calm, collected. I like this, not getting ahead of themselves. We saw DRG, you know, they were out of their chairs. They were standing up. They were shouting, screaming. They were hollering all over the place in round 4 when they got this little bit of an early round lead. But no, this time, getting a little bit better.
Oh yeah!
Luxless. Ooh, now we see it. Coming on through. Gonna play so much space. He's halved a path over towards A, where still a little bit of resistance from Yuji available, but Fixon's had the first pick and still wants a little bit more.
Are getting taken out so early on here does not bode well for this defensive line as well, but we're still heavily posturing towards A with the possibility of a pivot. I don't think that's going to happen though. We're smoking off on towards the side now. So ZCG in a good position. 3 players holding the line, but is there going to be enough time for potential rotations to come through? Information hasn't quite been given over just yet, and already Font coming through. Ackerman with yet another one. The overdrive to just follow it up and put that final nail in the coffin. Spike gets planted. Somehow Acme is still alive on the side, rotating around, but gets caught on the cross. Luxless can't even team up. And it's DRG up to a 4th.
Yep. They let the advantage, the round lead slip away for a second there, but they are the kings and they will not let their throne be sat on willy-nilly. But I don't know. It's definitely been a lot harder fought than maybe initially expected. I love that, you know, Akman only got one without drug before immediately sort of having an input to it. But you win the round. It's quite an expensive one. They use a lot of utility, a lot of their resources to try and get that done to ultimates. But with 3 still on the line, it doesn't matter too much. Spirit, we saw nutty, we saw crazy, outrageous Europlay. Looks like we're going for a little bit more as well. MVP last round. No, he wants MVP of the series. Still kicking as well. Yuji gets one, but there's nothing really more. A vengeance has been settled there by Vu. She has decided, no, I want the op this time. No more outlaws. I want the full force, and I want you to feel my wrath.
They certainly have. It continues to be a problem. I will just... Man, I hate being that guy, but I just noticed. Oh, that was Nick's first kill. I was even he knows it. He's like, yeah, 1 kill. Oh, I love that. I love that you can, you know, you can kind of roll with the punches. You kind of laugh at yourself a little bit and realize, oh man, I'm not really doing very well right now. But we did it. We're on the board. Final kill of the round. So we'll pull that one under our belts and feel a little bit better about how that's gone. But looking forward into the rounds here, not the greatest start, unfortunately, for ZCG. I mean, yeah, they did get that pistol, but it's been very tumultuous since then, very back and forth. And that's exactly why we need to see this timeout coming through here. Get the coaches involved once again. I will say, I found... Valorant coaches never seem impressed, you know? Like,
no.
They pull that time out and they're always like, I feel like dad scolding the kids a little bit here, you know? Like, you don't take a timeout because dad wants to say he's proud of you. Let's be real. This is like a, come on guys, get it together.
It's in Northeast is Bacon, who is, I mean, it's Team Liquid Academy's coach Bacon, who is the grumpiest coach I've ever seen. Like, we saw desk slamming in the first quarter of the first map. He's just absolutely, but I mean, there's people like, I know of Echo, my usual co-caster, my duo, is coaching a little bit at the moment, and when his coach hat slips on, when their coach hat slips on, sorry, you can tell there's a difference. It will be like moments where we're discussing a veto, and they're like, no, this is not how you veto, and it's like, whoa, this is a completely different person. Where's the sunshines and rainbows gone? And it's like, the moment coach mode goes on, I just don't think you could be a happy coach. I don't think it's possible.
Yeah. I'll be honest, I coach much the same as I watch party. It's far more mean than when I cast.
I think it might be because you feel it's kind of futility, isn't it? You can see everything going wrong. And unless there's a timeout called, you can't stop it. You've just got to watch the car crash in slow motion. You can see the chess pieces moving.
Like, you can still call the timeout and tell them what to do, and they can ignore you.
No,
bro.
I would not be standing for the disrespect. If I'm coaching and I'm like, hey, you should do this, and they don't listen, it's on site. It's on site, Sam.
Hands are gonna get thrown. Yes, that was one of my more painful things when I was coaching, which is why, for the sake of my mental health, I no longer do that. But
and you cast. Wow, you really upgraded the mental health there.
I mean, you say that, like, I mean, I casted first. My problem was casting and coaching at the same time. Like, that's where I just kind of went off the rails a little bit. Went a little bit delulu. But we're back now. Yeah, back into the realm of the reasonable. What seems a little unreasonable is we're down to 30 seconds in an anti-eco and we still have not had an exec. Well, that stands to change now. We posture now for this B site. Oh, the molly is phenomenal. The site is free and clear because the stack was on the other side of the map. And this should be a very easy round for DRG. Low and slow. Don't take any unnecessary risks, even in an anti-eco. Find that opening, find that chink in the armor, and just drive that spike home.
There's the first. And we said we're worried that it took them so long, but now it's just going to be a site hold. There is a wall of fast lane to try and get them onto site. It gets them a little bit further, but it's not going to get them anywhere near what they need to try and make that competitive. But again, just the pistols for them. And I think good not to get too worried about the fact that it was, you were very clearly at a disadvantage, and 30 seconds left, you still hadn't heard anything. I think they did very good job there just to try hold on and not panic about the fact that, you know, where are they?
I think that panic really does start to set in when you're on the defensive side more than anything else. Starting to realizing that you're at a severe utility deficit, so you can't rely too much on that early information. Now we get into this next round. The smoke spams have been a little bit unreasonable. A lot of early damage has been done just due to that. But now we're seeing some proactivity here, and this could be a little bit more exciting. Yes, there is a sentinel on for DRG. Of course there is. It's Vukshu. But maybe they can try and find some exploits here. It's very interesting to see the op on a sentinel holding for flank, but I think that that's a part of why they managed to get so much success. Luxless has now unfortunately been spotted out, has done a little bit of damage. They know this is his site. They know this is where he's likely to be holding. So once again, not for the first time, flashed off of this very self-same angle, trying desperately to hold the line. Luxless will get a kill. The Nightfall's going to come out, and the aggressive retake before the spike even has a chance to touch the site. It's perfection off the back of one Nightfall.
That's absolutely brutal. The Nightfall comes on through, but it's not just the Nightfall. The Nightfall is the great instigator, right? It's the catalyst for this whole thing. It gives them the information, it gives them the advantage with, you know, the deafen, but they still went in, and those picks are clean. There is not a bullet that is wasted amidst all of this. It's one after the other, and there's no response that can be put up, because as you said, Spike hasn't gone down, so they've not had a chance to get into post plants. They get ahead of any opportunity DRG have to set up.
Shinzo with an op of his own. Still has over... Oh my god, what did you see? What did you see? It must have been the barrel of the op. That's insane! And Chinza now already taken off the board. The overdrive is taken offline. Off of the back of maybe the slightest over-aggress, because Chinza could not see Ackerman. We could see it from his POV. There was no vision there whatsoever, so it must have been a barrel or a shoulder, something minuscule. And Ackerman takes full advantage of that, and now DRG have the numbers to really drive home the zigzag.
They've got the numbers and they've got the sight under their thumb. They are being swarmed, not on all sides, but on most sides here. Ackerman finds the first out, whittles down the numbers, pushing from Spawn. Checks in with another, and that's going to be Yuji taken out, which means they've got an exit path available to them now. Envy is putting up some resistance, but low HP now, actually still firing, but there we go. Short-lived victories.
This is starting to... It's looking like an even more intense affair than what we had on Lotus. Seeming like ZCG really struggling to find any sort of an in here. Oh, I wasn't paying attention. I wanted to see what Ackerman saw, and I was so focused on what I was saying that I didn't actually look at the replay. Now I feel bad. I'm gonna have to go back and watch that at some point. That's devastating. Last round in the half now. We're staring down the barrel of another 8-4 half in favor of DRG. You can see now why they opted to start on this attacking side. They have been all over it now instantly. Ultimates online, creating space. And to ZCG's credit, they play a little bit further off site here. Get that first kill onto Spirit. So the raid boss has been taken off the board entirely. But the spike hasn't quite committed to anything yet. The push from the connector side, not really granting them the results that they wanted. Vukashu comes up massive, and now it's a 3 versus 2.
Locations all known as well, so they can send out hunting parties early. Luxless in a little tricky spot here. Vukashu's got the angle, has the patience as well. His information is going to be king. There's the pick for the third in the round, and now flexing. Just one more needed to be found, but Ackerman going to steal that kill away under his nose. And as you said, staring down the barrel of 8-4, 8-4 is what we have ourselves right now.
I think the really difficult thing here for ZCG is that even though they can get an opening kill, even though they're getting themselves those advantages, it's the mid to late round, it's the recovery, it's the trying to, you know, maintain that semblance of control, because it all just slips away from them. And to DRG's credit, even when they're at a numbers disadvantage, their ability to like stabilize and maintain has been unparalleled so far. I mean, we talk about how statistically, if you get that opening kill, you should be winning the round. And yet, despite that, DRG defies statistics, and they are looking very strong.
They are looking immaculate. And yeah, as you said, the ability to level the ship, whether that's in the sort of micro within the round where something goes wrong, or whether it's in the macro looking at the whole game here, is that they have a little bit of a wobble. They concede their lead there, and then immediately they find a way to stop bringing it back. The adaptions have been great, and actually they've been doing this realistically without too many timeouts being called. This has been pretty self-sufficient.
That's what you expect from a champs caliber team. Remember, the mere fact that they're back in Ascension is because 2 Ascension teams made it to champs, and only 1 could keep their spot in the partner league. I mean, Riot did not have provision for what if 2 teams from Ascension make it to champs, because let's face it, it was a little bit unreasonable to even consider. So the fact that China has done it, of course, incredible scenes. But unfortunately, off the back of that, because there was a slightly better performance on the other side, it's DRG that had to find themselves back here in Ascension. So realistically, we should be expecting them to have a very strong performance this season, and of course to come out on top and find their way back into that franchise league. But for now, we're not there yet. It's still very early, day number 3 only here in VCT China Ascension. 8-4 now on the second map. DRG so close to that final in their brackets that they can absolutely taste it, or at the very least so close to playoffs that they can taste it.
On the tip of their tongue, they hear so many footsteps here. Flexing isn't cleared, but is fully stunned, so can't really do a whole lot of damage there. There is somewhat of a response on the other side of the map, but Luxless, they have been vicious on these pistols, and they don't want to let their reputation slip. Ackerman with 1. There's a little bit of hopping around from Shenza. A distraction, a decoy. But there's another pistol. That goes 3 for 4 now for them, if I'm not mistaken. But their pistols have looked relatively uncontested. And might be something, you know, DRG needs to put a little bit more reps into, a little bit more thought into going forward, is how to tighten up these pistol rounds. Because it means that they just give themselves yet another advantage. They're not having to pull back at the beginning of each fight.
Yeah. I'm glad that they're still showing some signs of life here, and that's really what we want to know and what we want to be able to have from these up-and-coming teams. So hopefully we can see a little bit more momentum being built. We saw what happened the last time they won a pistol. It was literally earlier on this map, and in the second round, despite everything, they still lost that round, and it caused absolute havoc for them. Now they've got a little bit of a better opportunity. Oh my god, Spirits, okay. How do you continue to do this? How do you keep getting away with this crap? And he's taken a little bit of damage off of it, sure, fair enough, but there's also, like, collateral damage that's been done to Yuji. So, how on earth do you now battle back into this? It's another scenario where DRG have gotten the opening frag, and we've said that DRG have been the stabilizers. ZCG have not really been that team. They haven't had that ability to battle back, but it is a very, I mean, they forced into this, of course, after winning the pistol, so now they do manage to get a trade-off for themselves. Hopefully they can get some momentum off of that.
No, and there's no recoverable weapons is the worst part. They get that opening pick, and it's not a gun that they can solely secure. Spirits, there's the first. Oh, and a second. Why not make it a little bit more? The spike goes down, but lining up some more shots, it's given Vukashu a position to get even more space. And here it is, Flexing from behind, is being watched now. The paranoia going to come on out. There's nowhere to run, desperately spraying. And that's the pick. The eco, the thrifty again and again and again. I don't even know why they bother buying. Just give Vukashu an outlaw and then everyone else buy sheriffs. That seems to be the recipe for them today.
You say that as if they don't just win most of their rounds out of hand. You know, it doesn't really matter what guns they've been bringing out onto the table. And that, of course, is another mark of an exceptional team. The fact that even when the chips are seemingly down, they find a way to fight back in. And unfortunately for ZCG, as much as you come into a matchup like this expecting to be the underdog, you don't really want it to be going quite this badly. I say badly, I mean, it's only a 4-round deficit, but still, you were hoping to get a little bit more off the back of that, so... And now, oh man, we come into this round number 15. There's an Odin on the board. It's a pistol round for ZCG. And they haven't really been able to... I think they did have one eco-ish round on Lotus, but for the most part, they haven't really been able to get the same kind of results that DRG do on these pistol rounds, on any sort of a round, really.
Oh, so clinical for one, but unfortunately, cut off the head of the Hydra. 2 more appear. There is, however, a response. Burnt, and there it is, and a huge advantage. Nick's Odin. Why not? Why not throw an Odin kill in the mix as well? Spike's going to go down, but it's going to be a very small victory because there's the Euroclone broken, completely flash stunned to oblivion, pushed off the angle already. They can already hop on the defuse, and Ackerman's there just to cover if they even dare try peek on the defuse.
Double digits now. Those opportunities to battle back, slowly but surely, slipping through their fingers. And honestly, this isn't even necessarily a tactical issue. This has really just been DRG looking phenomenal, winning so many of these crazy multi-kills, and just not being punished. And that, again, speaks to the caliber of team. As a caster, one of the worst things you ever want to say is, you know, this team just better. Because it's very seldom that straightforward. There's always a lot of nuance involved. And as we can see, right, even a team that on paper shouldn't be as good can still get results. And they can still battle back. ZCG sitting on 5 rounds now. They got 7 rounds in the previous map. It's not that they're incapable, but I think that the sheer amount of experience that DRG are bringing here, along with the skill that they have, it gives them a level of confidence that a newer team like ZCG are really going to struggle to match. And that's something you were talking about, how amazing it is to have these games on LAN. Because so often one of our biggest talking points is, well, it's their first time on LAN. How are they going to do? You know, how are they going to perform? We don't know. But you come into... Yeah, like, you will come into tier 1 having LAN experience if you play through Ascension. You get to champs. If you've played through Ascension like DRG did, and you get to champs, you have played through an entire year of LAN to get to that point. There is an advantage there that cannot be understated. So I think that for ZCG, this is very much about what are our takeaways going to be. Yes, the devastation is going to be there now, but it's all about what comes next. We do just come off the back of a pause, however, so perhaps we can see just a couple more rounds pulled under their belts.
Opening pick again, but this time it's Vukashu getting it done. It does not go unnoticed, and it does not go untraded. Spirits is going to be taken down as well. A path in towards the site. Spike going down, and that's something we criticized. Wasn't amazing statistically for them last map. Now, turning the tides a little bit.
Look at this, man. Flash straight off. Acme goes huge, gets 2, brings it to a very winnable scenario. And yes, that final kill to come through. The signs of life that we were hoping for. Really solid utility usage, blocking those sight lines. That first kill comes through, and I'm like, oh man, it's over. You know, they've lost a player. They haven't been the team that's been able to stabilize thus far. How do they somehow fight this one back? And they do just that. Hit that accelerator, get up close and personal. And of course, Chunza comes up massive as well. I think that for Chunza, it's been a really difficult one. He's been a little bit kind of hit or miss. There've been these moments where he's just been absolutely lights out, right? That Marshall round, round 2. Just one of those scenarios, but there have been rounds where he's just been a little bit invisible. So it's great to see that he stepped up in that round and helped kind of pull them over the finish line. And for the most part, he has been a huge proponent, particularly in this map. He's one of the reasons why it's as close as it is. So hopefully they can continue with that just that little bit longer.
Nick, full pelt of utility expended in this one area. And all for what? Just to buy a couple of seconds. Oh, and a lovely pick here as well. But Enley not even gonna, I was gonna say, not even gonna bother, just waiting for the peek on out. No, once the fight, takes the fight, wins it, even in a ridiculously uncomfortable situation. Fight goes down, and unfortunately here, it's gonna be a difficult round to get back into. Take these fights. H comes out. They want to peek this. I mean, there's an Odin there. You really don't want to peek into covering fire. He's gonna hold the line. Gonna need to be perfect from Fukushu. Unfortunately not, and it's a 4K for Yuji.
Starting to find those signs of life again. We're really close now. There's a real chance that we could maybe even things out a little bit here. Maybe find ourselves in a far more doable scenario. I mean, they've already, at the very least, matched the scoreline. So, how much more can we potentially pull out of the bag here? 7-10. This is where this is the score that they ended Lotus on. 1 or 2 more rounds. I mean, 2 more rounds and you're only at a 1-round deficit. You're in a bit of an anti-eco here. Yes, Fukushu still has a Vandal in hand, and okay, you've got to be a little bit wary of Ackerman with a Bucky. And they have been ecoed before, man, all of these things, but you can't let that go through your head, right? This is all context for the viewers, but for the players on the server, 1 round at a time. Don't overthink it. Get that first kill. Open a garnered. We have space to play with.
Space, time, and the armory advantage hugely on their side. Fukushu needs to find something to try even this up. Gets it not quite good for the transfer, but it's a lot of damage for Nick to try and capitalize off with this stinger. But ultimates come on out. Primary fire is jammed, and now just concede this. Wait off that timer. Begin their weapons. Thrash gonna come on through. Ooh, survives first contact with the enemy. How they can use this perfect for a little bit to Bucky on Ackerman. The stun as well. Actually going to activate. Oh, but immediately cancelled before he can even finish the sentence. And that one hurts a little bit. Spent so long building up that ultimate just before it to be completely annihilated. Just like Flexen is on that peak. And Nick, short-lived final stand.
That was a wild round, and I love that. I think the Steel Garden does so much to keep giving them space, but DRG opting to push that. That's the confidence that I was talking about a moment ago. It's the type of confidence that a team, you know, coming from champs, coming into a tournament like this is going to have in absolute spades. And they're like, you know what? This is still winnable. And the scary part is that it did seem winnable. Okay, they didn't actually end up doing it with that overdrive in hand. Ackerman, that's how they won the eco round on Lotus. Ackerman just goes absolutely nuclear and gets a double kill, and that opens up the rest of the round. So the fact that he just gets instantly shut down and then the follow-up is perfect. And what I love as well is that we see ZCG doubling up heavily. They know, trying to take these ones. I mean, I think Nick had a stinger when he gets that last kill before he's taken out. So if that was a 1v1, like, Nick has a chance there to reset. But no, they double up. They make sure that they're not giving unnecessary ones, and they can confirm that win to come through. And for the first time, we're seeing DRG take a timeout, because this has become far too close for comfort for them. I think the next round is going to be a bit of a tight one as well in terms of the money, because obviously they bought into that stinger. They had that Vandal as well. So it might be a little bit tight here, depending on how much of a buffer they've been able to give themselves before they started losing rounds. We'll have a look once this timeout finishes itself out. And no, okay, they did have enough of a buffer, so they will come through with a full buy. 3 ultimates online as well, one of which is that Dimensional Drift, which created so many opportunities for them on Lotus. ZCG has to be so aware from start to finish, but they have 3 ultimates of their own here. One of them is the Nightfall. That could be exactly what they need to get themselves in onto a site.
That could be everything they need, and then some. But actually, this time, Patience choose to switch up the pace a little bit. They've gone fiery early, and now they just want to give it a little bit of a pause. I say that immediately. There comes out the Prowler. Flash to go around the corner. It's an amazing flash, but nobody's going to peek off of it. Spirit, though, wants to push for a little bit further. Ackerman, long-range tactical support available. There's 1, there's 2. The dynamic duo in mid is unstoppable, and they put a halt to whatever attack ZCG thought they were going to mount.
2 versus 3 though. We battle back. We get those 2 kills. There's still an opportunity. Rotations still need to come through, so the spike can at the very least get planted here. Oh, it's an early nightfall. Oh, it's so early. I mean, they don't know. They've got no earthly notion. And being in the dimensional drift means that information is not garnered from that nightfall regardless. UG jumps straight into him, knows that he's there. Snakebite comes out, can't do anything. And both kills connect perfectly. Again, more just absolute outrage from Spirits. He is well over 20 kills now in this map and continuing to just drag them over that line round after round.
We were saying earlier, MVP of map #1 and wants to stamp his name on series MVP. Wants that honor, wants that medal on his shoulder. And I mean, you can see what it means to them. They've been so... I love when we see teams that are so emotive, when they're so visual as well. And it's really good because we said playing on land, the emotions are so much higher. The fact that they're still in high spirits, even though this game is a little bit closer than maybe you'd like it to see. Enly's currently my favorite person in the server. I'll go and say it. For those people that may have never heard me cast before, if you buy a shotgun in any capacity, you become my favorite. And I mean, attack side shotgunning is a risky business, but if they can get it close enough to have some effect, and there it is, jumps on out, but it's kill stolen from afar. Enly was robbed. But Ackerman needs to step up now. Shenza's low HP, but technically they have the disadvantage. And now the retake, the timer on their head. All of these small factors adding up to make this so difficult.
Might be last chance saloon for ZCG as well. A loss here puts them on map and series point. And money could be a bit of a problem. Now, we've still got 2 ultimates online here, but Shinzo is so low. Popping the overdrive now could be devastation. Not going to be given the opportunity, but on that moment, Enly gets one as well. So somehow, we're still in with a chance. Ackerman has the 1 versus 2. The time is ticking away. There is potential, and caught on the slide. It's Enly to get that final shot. A little bit quieter on this map, but when it counts, has shown up. 1 more round for ZCG, 1 more breath to take as we step closer and closer towards what could be the end of this map. It's a 2-round deficit now. DRG starting to flounder a little bit.
Ever so slightly. And this will always be the problem, isn't it? Is trying to get it across the line. It's close. It's very close. We've got the shotgun back out. This time Shinzo wanting to make their name heard with all of this. Unfortunately, Neon slides, Neon jumps out. They're going to be punished on both sides here. Spirit stepping up again. There's 2. Vukashu chipping on in. There's a little bit of a response, but it's just keeping it humble. And actually, they came in with the worst buy. The weaker weaponry hasn't even needed to be activated yet. Lucky maybe that the kills fall in the side of the superior weapons, but...
That's devastating. Oh, for that fall to come through now. Spike is lost. Yes, there's still a minute left. But DRG made this swift and decisive. Now Acme, so many angles to check. So many possibilities. Paranoia comes through. And he's absolutely doomed straight to the grave. And it's map and series point now for DRG. They have looked so good. Yes, we are seeing chinks in the armor. We're seeing cracks to be exploited. Maybe they're losing a few too many rounds for this team's comfort. But ultimately, it looks like they may just be able to pull themselves over the finish line. It's going to be a little bit dependent on what things look like. Yeah, it's still going to be fairly even. Still 2 ultimates on board for ZCG. And the only ultimate available at the moment for DRG is from the shadows. They're 1 away from the overdrive, though. And if Ackerman can get that online, it may just be that final nail. It could just be the foregone conclusion.
It could very well be indeed. But opening pick, it's swift, it's crisp. It is traded though. There is that caveat that it is not without repercussion. Fukushu is going to get swung here, needs to be careful, and it's going to be Luxless finds it. But again, the trade game has been amazing. Flexen really wants to find that round the corner. Shenza wants to make his name heard. Battle of the Neon Tier. Ackerman actually decides, I want to get this done with the gun. Nick, though, steals away. The bait and switch works out perfectly. 5 squad down, so they've got to start getting a move on here. Wingman's going to get on the spike here. Has a defense, has a bodyguard. Nick stands on tool, stands up for one, and Wingman can just continue defusing. The series is done. It is sorted. And it's, as you said, a little bit messier than they might have liked it, but a win is a win.
Absolutely. You know what? You take what you can get sometimes, and realizing that they're back down into Ascension, you can see, right? There's a little bit of relief mixed in there. Obviously, they knew that they had the advantage coming into today's game, but it got so close. It got so scary. And while there's a lot, obviously, you want to congratulate DRG, and congratulations, you know, well deserved. They won the series. You know, you can't take that away from anybody. But I think the big story for me here is ZCG and how well they were able to do, defying the odds, not necessarily to win the series, unfortunately, but keeping it close. A lot of people look at a 12-7 and go, oh, that's super one-sided. I don't believe that. I believe anything more than 4 rounds is actually, you know, putting up somewhat of a fight. So 7 rounds to me is decent against a team that played against some of the best teams in the entire world when it comes to the world of Valorant. And then to go on to that second map and to be able to just be just shy of double digits. No matter how you slice it, they put up an incredible performance today. And this is the kind of team that I feel like this is not their ceiling. We've seen some incredible moments, but there are still a few things that can be worked on, that can be improved upon. And I think given a little bit of time, this team could become a serious contender.
Absolutely. I think they've shown promising signs. And that's always the thing, right? There's a lot of teams that we see, and they're like, yeah, okay, they got a couple of rounds. There wasn't really that spark, right? This is a team where we've already seen the spark. All it needs is a little bit more fuel, a little bit more time, and we could really see them build into something great, right? The fact that they're doing so well and punishing and putting up really good score lines against some of the best is really good beginning foundational steps, right? As you said, not anywhere near the floor, not anywhere near the ceiling yet either, which is room for growth, and that's a perfect environment for it, isn't it here?
I mean, this is where we learn. This is where we find out, you know, we test our metal a little bit and figure out what type of team we can be. Playing through some of the, you know, even lower circuits, you might not get challenged as heavily. You might not really come to know the kind of team that you are, the kind of team that you want to be. But when you get to play against some of the best in your region, this is where you finally start to figure out, and you can start to find those chinks in the armor. And this is why it's actually great. Look, it's sad for DRG to be back in Ascension, but it's exceptional for all the other teams because they're all going to have an opportunity to play against a team that, as mentioned, played against some of the best in the world. So this is a huge opportunity for so many of our Ascension teams. Now, let's take a look at the team comms.
Nice.
But give me, let me go. No. I really don't care.
Hold on.
Let me go.
Ja, die kan wel. Hier is er ook niet. Nice play. Oké, maar het protect mij dat je. Dat past wel. Oh, elbow. Elbow.
快点撤，让我来。
一拳。
让我磕一点啊！没人投射了，2杠5了。
打支持这个。包点左边。
Let me kill, please。哦。4杠8。
我猜。
这里。
鸡蛋在拆了。
两个。
干什么？啊！
小怪兽比大功，耶，不错。
And the MVP of the series, it could be none other than Spirit. What a showing, what a performance on all maps. The most egregious plays, but the most consistently egregious plays.
And again, I mean, look, a lot of that is because it's Yoru, but a lot of that is because it's Spirits. You could put just about anybody on a Yoru, and that's not necessarily that they're going to be getting the same kind of results. Spirits just consistently is a problem. Over a 300 ACS, I think. In the first map, he had 6 multi-kills. In the second map, he's had 8 multi-kills. I know that he finished well over 20 kills at the end of the series as well. I mean, we spoke about him so much during this the series as well.
Yeah.
The fact that he is constantly kind of in their backline, in these unpredictable positions, and never really being able to be read into. This is a massive issue, I feel like. Even what is really impressive to me, very often if you're a team that runs a Yoru, you start to understand a Yoru. You run a Raze, you understand a Raze, like, because you have to play that agent as well. And the fact that he's still able to run so many circles around other teams that are running similar compositions. Okay, on this map, we didn't see the Yoru, but we've seen the Yoru from ZCG on other maps. So the fact that they're still able to find this much value, despite the fact that it's a team that should have a fairly good understanding of the type of shenanigans that a Yoru is going to pull, makes it that much more impressive. And yeah, 24 and 16 at the end of that map. Just unreal. I will say special mention to Ackerman, who got 22 kills as well. The double duelist setup here from DRG is almost untouchable.
I also wanted to point out Flexin had 15 assists, which is crazy. It was more than double the next best person, almost triple the next best. And then again, we talked about this DRG 8 out of 8 in the purse plants. You know, they were more consistently getting them down, and then they were more consistent in keeping hold of them.
Yeah. That's really important there that you're able to do that. And of course, just a quick little overview glance of what we had today. A 13-7 on Lotus and a 13-9 to bring it home on Corode. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see that third map. I was looking forward to it. I had high hopes that maybe we would get to see that little bit extra. But that's going to be it here for our first series of the day. Oh, we might still have an interview. So we'll continue to yap for just a moment while we get that set up for you guys. But Affinity, how are you feeling about this season of Ascension? You know, we've had a couple of games so far. How's it looking for you?
I like that it's so competitive early on. A lot of times when you start a new season, it can take a little bit for people to really get into the season and get into the flow. We have come out of the gate swinging. We've not started quiet. There's not been a team like, first game of the season. It's like, whoa, first game of the season, right? And I'm loving that, because I think if you go in strong and you set the tone for how this whole season's going to be early, it can only go up, right? If you set the baseline bar for week 1, whilst everyone's still getting back into it, everyone's back on land for the first time in a while. Well, for some of the teams, maybe not DRG. It's only been a couple of weeks for them, but first time back on land in a while for a lot of these teams, and you've already got a baseline that's this good, is that I can't even wait to see how we're going to look, weeks down the line.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, so we had our first couple of days, ZCG and Dragon Ranger winning their first games of the season to bring them into this winner's bracket, and that means that Dragon Ranger have now qualified to playoffs, so huge congratulations there. They have nothing to worry about whatsoever. But as mentioned, we do in fact have that interview, so we're going to hand it over to our translator, Bidos.
这边的是 Spirit Z1 的选手，欢迎冠霖，你好。
Hello， 大家好，我是 DRG 的 Spirit Z1。
欢迎冠霖，因为这一次晋升赛否卡楚也是重新回归到了队伍嘛。上一次采访的时候，他可能说，非常的想念你们。那你是什么样的感觉？
就是回到了那个最熟悉的味道，我 Costream。
还是最熟悉的感觉，因为你们5个人其实也打了很久的时间了嘛。那聊一聊比赛的内容，因为今天一上来你们就选择到了莲华古城这一张图里面，打得非常的自信，也是你们的招牌强图之一了。相比于之前的话，你觉得现在有什么样的进步呢
？How do you think you've improved? 这张图也在比赛上进行了非常多次嘛，然后在比赛经验上面，还有对 细节的处理跟对面回防的
And he's like, we have
协
more
同
experience
配合上
and
面
then
我们都有
dealing
非
with
常
like
多的调整
details and stuff like that.
现在其实对于地图也有非常多的研究了。那可能沿海矿阵这一张图你们没有那么经常打，但是今天可能对方赢下了2个首枪局之后，你们也是在存钱局发起了你们的反击，都赢下来了。你们现在是不是对于存钱局有比较多的研究？
对，前局就是打的没有这么的随意，因为是 eco， 所以就随便的处理。我们是打的比较有
Yeah, and he's like, for the ecos, they didn't take it like too casually. They like
大家的
actually tried
想
to
法也
win.
非常的在线嘛。现在对于枪线的展开，我觉得你们沟通的也非常的棒。那不得不提的就是关于版本的更新啊，因为很多。
Future
其中
version
你最
changes.
爱的、可能最常使用的夜路也进行了一定的调
And
整。
that
对于接下来的
that
版
will
本的话
happen.
是什么样的想法呢？
And what do you think about
版
it?
本的话，确实变动挺大的，大部分的默认什么的可能都会做出一些改变。但是对于
And
夜
he's
路
like,
来说，
a lot of
我
like
觉得这改
the
动
like for example
对
like
我没什么
defaults
影响
might change in the
对
future.
自己还是非
There
常
will be a lot of
自信的
changes.
在夜路这个英雄上面。那刚刚其实上台的时候，我看 Zino 也是跟你非常热情的在打招呼，因为他23年的时候也是在 DRG 嘛。有没有什么话想对他说？他马上要打比赛
And
了。
then, do you have anything to say to Zeno, like your 2022 Ascension
跟一
teammate?
些朋友们在舞台上见面的话，那感觉是又有趣又挺兴奋的。
对，因为我
Yeah,
看
and
你
he's
其
like
实在舞
like
台
meeting
上
like
也有
old
跟对
friends on
方，
the
比
stage.
如
It's
说
like
给对
kind
方
of
点
like
点赞啊之
exciting.
类的，所以你其实自己也很享受舞台，对不对？
嗯，对啊，既然要互动，那当然是更享受舞台一点。
对，那接下来比赛加油！
好，谢谢。
那我们本场的赛后采访到这里就全部结
And
束，
that's
但
it
是
for
不要
the interview.
走开，接下来还有精彩的比赛在等待着大家，拜拜。
There you have it, a little bit of insight. We always love to get that from the players, and also really cool when players get to swap around in teams and they get to fight against each other, once friends, now enemies. But at the end of the day, hopefully still friends, right? Only enemies on the server,
Lovers
but out
to
of the
enemies.
server, exactly, and then back to lovers again. You know, that's the real story that we all want to hear. But that is the end of our story here for match number 1. So thank you everybody for hanging out. We've still got another one coming up, so don't run too far away. Affinity. And we have a banger, ambitious, make sure not to miss that one. It's all a short break, and when we return, we'll have our second team for playoffs.
Welcome back, everyone, to Ascension Day 3. I'm not Sam, I'm Kai, and I'm here, of course, with the lovely Affinity, who just got done casting a pretty exciting series, and we just saw who qualified from the A group, didn't we?
We did. DRG looked pretty good. A little bit shakier than maybe we expected from them, dropping a couple more rounds, but realistically, stormed away with that with some of the most outrageous plays I've ever seen. So that's good to see. And now we've got another qualification match on the line right here as well.
Yes, we do. Rare Atom versus Ambitious Legends, and man, I mean, those of you who missed the games yesterday missed quite a banger couple matches. But both of these teams looking in peak performance, top, and really just form right now. And I think we might have a series on our hands, but I don't know. I mean, of course, these two kind of have a bit of a history going back and forth, and of course, I think everyone has eyes on Rare Atom. Just of course, after the last two Ascensions and just following them through, is this their time? But of course, we just saw DRG coming fresh off that champs run, who just qualified from A group. So yeah, I think this is a really exciting B group matchup. We'll be following them today, and then tomorrow, of course, it's double elimination, so there's still a chance that both teams could make it through this group stage, but it's a pretty tough group here.
Yeah, there has been no leniency. We were saying on the last match is that coming into this, there hasn't been sort of like warm-up games. We've hit the ground running, and if this is the baseline, that double elimination bracket is going to be off the charts. And I'm so excited to see where that sort of leads as well. If this is what we're coming into as the level 0, level 1 introduction.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, I think it's just really exciting. I heard, of course, you and Sam talking about the earlier last years, but like you said, I mean, just the fact that we've been kicking off running. I mean, these teams are here and they want to ascend, right? This is all or nothing. It's one tournament, and I don't think anyone knows that as much as Rare Atom, of course. Both the last 2 years they were undefeated up until grand finals, right? Making it through that upper bracket run in the playoffs, and then losing to teams they had beat previously in that bracket before. So I think if anyone knows that it's all or nothing here on the line, they want to ascend, it's Rare Atom. But I don't know, man. Ambitious Legends looking pretty good yesterday. So I think it's going to be a pretty tough matchup. I mean, just look kind of at these stats right here, of course. And this head-to-head ending, Satoshi, I mean, we got some players right now.
We do, and there's some heavy hitters in these teams, right? We're highlighting Ending and Satoshi here. These are just sort of a sprinkle of what you can expect today in the server. Satoshi, I'm quite excited to see this because I've not had a chance to cast a lot of these teams. But this is the stuff of legends, you know? And I don't know. I'm on the edge of my seat. You and I, we've both had pretty long days. Actually, you know what? Whilst we're here, we can mention that. The Costream, you haven't slept just yet. Because you've also been into some really cool VALORANT stuff.
I have, actually. I just got done working Game Changers North America, and we just finished at 7 a.m. for me now. Pretty exciting. Those of you who have just been following, of course, a lot of these regions, Ascension, Game Changers is also going on, and there's been a lot of cool qualification matches that have been happening across the globe. A lot of those teams already locked in their spots for Seoul, and of course, the other teams, there's a lot of LCQs going on, so if you haven't been keeping up with Game Changers, definitely go check them out. There's been some banger matches there as well. But I'm excited for some Ascension. This is my first time working Chinese Ascension. Of course, I haven't done anything since last year's North American Ascension, and from what I've seen of the games and this region, man, I mean, I'm excited. We got some good games. It's gonna be a tough one, but yeah, lots of cool VALORANT, and of course you as well. You're getting off of many hours casting.
Counter-Strike though, so it's nice to have some color splashed in here as well. You know, the beige maps of Counter-Strike long gone in the past there, but yeah, been a bit of a tiring game. Also doing women's scene stuff, different game. But we've both. It's so good to be reunited. For those of you, a little bit of lore about the two of us is that we've known each other for a while. We actually met. I think it was for some VALORANT at a event in Scotland, and
neither of us are from Scotland.
Neither of us are from Scotland.
It's a fun fact.
And then we also met each other again in Philadelphia, and I'm also not American. So I'm not Kaiser Fraser. This is my sister from across the pond. And when I found out that I was working with you, elated. Absolutely. That's the side. There we go. It's a bit of a long reach. I'm going to have to have a really long arm to get all the way over to the US. But super excited to be here and to welcome you, of course, to the broadcast. The Project Horizon stuff has been absolutely amazing. I did some of the stuff a couple of months ago. It's been a little bit quiet. You know how the off-season gets as well. But I'm glad to be back for Ascension here. And then hopefully whatever other projects might come along next. Providing some English coverage for, of course, a region that up until recently necessarily hasn't had the same opportunity to branch out and reach out and have that platform as internationally as maybe other tournaments have.
Yeah, and I mean, well, first of all, it's only fitting that we keep this streak going by working in an international event, right?
Exactly.
I mean, that's just what you and I do. But yeah, I mean, I do think it's great. First of all, I want to shout out everyone at Project Horizon. I know Fran, Magnum Volt, all of the casters, all of the socials, the translators, everyone kind of over there on that team has done a great job of really kind of bringing this to fruition. And it's amazing that we're even able to put this on in an English broadcast because, like you said, they haven't historically had the same opportunities as other regions. And actually, China is pretty late in general as a region coming into VCT, and already they've done a lot of great things. They've really kind of proved their worth. And of course, we had 2 ascended teams in champs this year. DRG only making it back to Ascension on a technicality because I don't think Riot was expecting both teams to make it to Ascension. They didn't even put that in their little spreadsheet explaining how you stay. And so that is pretty tough to be an Ascendant team that makes it to champs, and now you're finding your way back in Ascension, fighting for your spot back on that main stage. So yeah, I mean, just the pure talent that this region has is not to be overlooked.
True. They did it once, they could do it again here. But we've got the walkouts, fist bumps on LAN, and we were saying this earlier as well, is that it's so cool that everything gets to be done on LAN for Ascension, because the opportunity and the experience you get from playing side by side with your teammates in this sort of environment. We've also got our veto here. Exactly the same as what we saw in Series 1 today. Is going to be Lotus and then some Corode, and then Bind a little bit different if we end up going there.
Well, you know what? I'm not surprised that we are going to Lotus because both of these teams had played Lotus yesterday. And of course, both of these teams did win on Lotus yesterday. Not surprised there. What I am a little bit surprised is that we are going to Corode second. Of course, we know that Rare Adam did ban Corode yesterday. So,
Yes.
but again, I mean, it's a best of 3. But yeah, really not surprised by this Lotus pick. I was kind of expecting it. Yeah, and I think both teams are ready to play. And I really think it's going to really, like, give these teams an opportunity to show their worth, right? Coming off of a win yesterday. And there's a lot on the line. And I think, one, I mean, you really want to safely make your way. Like we said, it's a double elimination. This is a tough group stage here, so you want to make sure you don't have to keep fighting through. But I mean, the last time these two teams played, right, Rare Adam versus Ambitious Legends, it was Rare Adam to take that 2-0 win, of course. So I don't know, I think Ambitious Legends might have a little bit of bragging rights on the line here. I think they kind of want that redemption.
I'm not surprised, and redemption is always nice to have. We'll probably see them fighting tooth and nail for it, because as we said, qualification on the line here. If you can redeem yourself and qualify, you know, double-edged, not even double-edged sword, isn't it? Double win, victories all round, win-win situation. It looks like we should be getting in very shortly now that we've got the veto sorted. Everyone seems to be sat down. Also, side note, random, loving the bandanas. No other region does bandanas like we have seen.
They're so fun.
From, you know, the VCT China and everything. And they're cooling pads, apparently.
Oh, that's so innovative.
That's even
I
cooler.
never would have even...
What?
Cooling pads for the forehead. You got heating pads
Cooling
for your
for
hands.
the hands? I know, we're getting
That is
all of the
thermal
tech in here.
equilibrium. We got all the tech in here.
Thermal equilibrium. Now let's take a quick look at the agents here. We're seeing a little bit of Waylay coming out, which hasn't been exactly the most popular pickup since her release. Even despite a lot of people being like, oh, she's broken. She does everything that all of these other agents can do in one. She hasn't actually seen a whole lot of play, but we're going to get to see her today. On the flip side, pretty bog standard, pretty default comp coming out here from RA.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think when I'm looking at these kind of agent comps that these teams have selected, I'm expecting, you know, I think the RA that we all know and love and just kind of solid in that. But I am a little bit excited about the Waylay pick because I think we have, especially more recently, been starting to see teams run that Waylay. Of course, you can tell which teams have server worked Waylay and which teams are just kind of like running it. But I do think she's, as you know what you're doing and you're able to work around that.
Yeah, I haven't got to see a whole lot of her because, as you said, she was slow to pick up some footing, but if she's starting to see a bit more play, well, we'll see how server tested it's looking now. It's a Lubar with the first two picks. Absolutely incredible. By the way, Paranoia is great, but it's not really going to matter. Midnight's already gone, which means No is stuck in that corner. And potential ace on the line here. They're going to let it happen.
You got it. You got to start off strong, right? I mean, just mentality, look, they know exactly where they are, just kind of baiting out, waiting for that ace. Not going to happen, not going to come through, but nonetheless, a near flawless round there for ALG.
Yep, near flawless. Good way to start it off. Kick off strong, start strong, get yourself some nice weapons into the next round, buy yourself a little bit of a buffer. And we talked about hitting the ground running within the tournament. Time to hit the ground running in each of the maps in the series as well. And it's a good half to start it off with. Curious to see if there's going to be much of a countermeasure. There wasn't many picks. I'm guessing, yep, it's just going to be going for broke here. And as much as you can get on that defense side to start us off, the better, because it's not exactly time. So here we go again. Barricade with one. That's all they're going to be able to find. Satoshi does find an instant trade. Tino, though, stuck. They force them off. They sort of send them on their merry way over towards A here.
Slow down just a little bit, but not too surprising when you're walking through a team with weapons after losing that pistol. We talked about how maybe defense isn't the best half, but it is important to remember that ALG did do better on their defensive half yesterday, and then that map went into OT. They started off 5-0 in the first couple of rounds, so they have a strong defense here. Gonna be tough for Rare Adam to push into that, especially with pistols here. Electing to go through tree here. Making their way on site, but with that noise. Q, ALG. Rotation's over, and of course keeping a little bit there. BC making sure that rotations come through, but now looks like the hit's coming through. Yang, ready, finds one.
Good for now. Players in heaven, they've got so much space backside, but backside's not where they're going to need to be. However, RA, they've got no space to push further onto this site. They've got no space beyond the site. In fact, they're already being encroached upon as they try back into the already spotted out by the Haunt. Ending finds one. He gets a little bit of a response here, but Zeno is not willing to let anybody live. Yeah, Spike goes down. Yeah, it's a bit of a consolation prize, but they are here to play early on. And they don't even let them get a foothold. They don't even concede sight while that Spike goes down.
Yo, let's get a quick replay of that early picks, of course. Not too surprising, they have the weapons, but again, only losing 2 of their weapons bring in to their bonus. You love to see it if you're a fan of ALG, but now the buy-up coming in from RA, and we know if anything, they're hitting their shots. They got that armor, they got those rifles in hand. ALG strong on defense, but barricade just with a sheriff.
Oh, alright. Bonus round, it'd be a nice pickup, but nobody's expecting it with a deficit like this. An early pick could be everything and more, but actually, I think they just want to sit on their hands. They've started to call over rotates really early, and it's a lovely decision here as well. Old Orb's going to be picked up for Satoshi. Getting that showstopper closer and closer to being online. Door opened just to allow them that space, clear out anybody that could potentially be hiding around this corner. Now they back away. They've secured the orb. Pull back, see if they can find anywhere else on the map after they've called over some of these rotates. Or not. Actually looks like they want to hit back towards C again.
I think it looks like a little bit of a default, just trying to see where they can find some sort of space. I love that early aggression there from ALG, especially when you're working with those stingers, right? You don't want to peek into those long sight lines. RA just hoping that someone will peek them. They can take some sort of map control, but ALG not relenting any of that. They're not going to push out, especially its weapons deficit, just holding sight. And of course, you have the Vise there on C. Did call that rotation earlier. I think they're still expecting the C hit, which looks like will be coming through. Can't quite see what's happening, but I think we can hear well enough. It looks like those pushes are coming through. I hear those gunshots. I know that's a C push.
You can tell just by the sound of it. There we go. We've got vision returned. And as you can see, we're at them. Everything they could want and more. 2-player advantage. Spike goes down. Dino's fairly close by, a little bit closer than is comfortable. But with smoke going on out, he's just got to push on through them. And Gran is ready. Now ending. No happy ending to be found on this one. Going to be run on down round the corner. Guren has to switch up to the sidearm, runs out of bullets. Can't find a single one of those picks. It's lots of damage, but damage does not a round maketh.
2-1 here as we get ready to go into the 4th round. Again, not an atypical score line to see. I think that's typically how you expect the first 2 rounds, right? You win pistol, you win your next buy up, and then you lose the bonus when the other team buy. But now we're starting to get into the nitty gritty. These teams are going to start kind of matching their buy. Now we're going to start seeing where that momentum is, where that economy buildup is going to be. An already barricade round 4 with that operator on defense. Looks like posting up here also on the A site. All right. Are they going to peek right into it? Good Viper wall. Blocks line of sight and barricade again with this aggressive position. Is going to get spotted out by that Fade util, but luckily can TP right out of there.
Gets out of dodge scot-free, keeps himself alive, and that can be pressure that is added, mounted later in this round. I'm loving the Odin coming out early. Clunky weapon to maneuver around, and they are maneuvering a lot here. Love the advanced position from ending. Needs to be able to get out of here. Is the worry, because it's going to be 0 for 1 very, very quickly here. Spotted by the Prowler. There we go. There's the dash on out. Can warn the team. And as you can see, people already hurling themselves across the map. Smoke goes out, but they're hesitating. They're pausing for a second. It looks like they want to head A. They've still got a foothold in the likes of G's position here. So why wouldn't you maybe go and take a little bit of space that way?
Posted up and raiding, and it looks like might be this re-hit A. Barricade with the operator posted up. C is one, but Satoshi going to find that shot first. That's the operator down. Not what you want to see if you're ALG. They're expecting this B hit. Ultimate's coming out. Showstopper not finding any shots, but is going to clear out some space. Going it now.
Messy, it's last second, but there's just enough utility to keep hold of the site whilst they plant. Now backing away a little bit. It's a claustrophobic site to try defend on. Heather's not going to find anybody. That means that Luba can push on forward. Satoshi is about to be in a whole heap of trouble. Finds one. Doesn't even need to switch over to the second. Guren has his teammates back. Need to follow in to make sure no one's pushing this. Funnels them directly into G. There will be no survivors.
And what a beautiful, beautiful round. Wow. First of all, I love both of these teams. I mean, you can really see kind of the strong foundations, but they're not afraid to kind of just like slow things down and control the pacing, right? And I think far too often we see teams just kind of like rush and always full execute. I love that they got that pick early on A, decided to push there onto B, worked out well, had that showstopper to kind of just clear out site. No one was there, but it gave them a lot of information. It gave them some of that B site control.
Who adds it on the scoreboard? Yeah. Oh, what an opening shot there. The difficulty they're going to have is trying to get away from Mound. Actually, looks like they just want to stand and fight for it.
I don't blame them. This is something we've seen from ALG. They like to push up. They like to be aggressive, especially on these eco rounds. And I think a lot of times it does kind of work out in their favor. But now, again, you're able to dash away. And I think, you know, we talked about why are they picking the Waylay. They have the Waylay, they have the Yuri, they have the Omen. They have a lot of these agents where you can really just kind of use that kind of movement ability. You can dash out, you can TP out. And another pick there going to make it a little bit harder here. for RA to push onto site, but again, they still have the weapons. Maybe not the numbers though.
Yeah, it's gonna need to be some spectacular multi-kills. The tether's certainly not helping Midnight here. Completely deafened. Actually is saved by the bell, but Aluba still kicking, still screaming. Wants something more to say about it, and the sheriffs are immaculate. Slow and steady wins the race, and Rare Atom, everything they could have wanted to steal away the lead in the series, absolutely denied point blank.
And able to recover 4 weapons off of that as well. I mean, you can't ask... maybe if all of them had survived there, but I mean, a beautiful Thrifty coming out. It just, again, I mean, I love the pace of these plays, and look at these shots. I mean, my sheriff shots do not hit like that. I'm just gonna say it.
No, mine don't either. In fact, I'll be honest with you, I don't think I've ever hit a sheriff headshot. Not a clean one, at least. Not a, you know, one tap, peak mid, I'm him sort of situation. Coach is on the line now. I think timeout being called early here is absolutely necessary from Rare Atom. That was a round that really shouldn't have slipped away from them, especially not in the manner that it did, especially not as decidedly as it did as well. So a couple of conversations to be had about how they can sort of rectify some of these issues, where it went wrong, and then how to look at the long term of this half as well, because yeah, it's a difficult side to start on. Well, no, actually, no, they're starting on attack side, sorry. So it's not. They should really be getting a little bit more on the board here. And they don't want to let too much more slip away, because the less that they have going into that second half, the harder it's going to be. And the earlier that you can fix these problems, the more time that you have to take that lead, to figure out what is actually working, and how best to sort of capitalize on any mistakes you're finding in ALG. But they're not really showing their hand on that one.
Yeah, no, I agree, and definitely well-placed timeout to kind of just break that momentum. And you're right, I mean, that's not a round that they should have lost on paper or in the server. So definitely probably a little bit of a mental hit, but I think happened early enough where they can kind of regroup and kind of reframe and decide how they're going to start pushing that. Because, I mean, I think it's still early on, only in round 6 here, but what we've been able to see is, like, I think each of these teams, when they've won a round, right? I mean, it's been off of those good calls, and part of that's going to come down to the IGLs. You know, you have Aluba, you have, I believe, is it Midnight, I think, is the IGL for Rare Atom.
I believe so. I believe so, but talking of leading by example here, Midnight with 1. IGL or not is hitting some crispy shots. Needs a little bit more. Fully blind right now. We're going to see the Viper's pit come on through just to really secure this. But the issue is, by the time it's even finished, fully blooming, half the team already wiped on out here. Oh, straight shot to the chest. That's all that's needed. Viper's pit's going to go on down now. Has to be careful. Time's still relatively low. And if they can deny this, but unfortunately not too many bodyguards protecting this site.
Definitely got a hurt from Rare Atom, especially off the heels of that timeout. You just had that time to kind of regroup with your coach, but ALG, I mean, seemed to kind of figure this out. But again, I mean, that's what we're talking about, right? ALG yesterday did go to OT on this map, but their stronger half was their defensive half. They just have a good understanding of this map, Lotus, good map awareness and good positioning, and that's what it comes down to. Mix that with being able to hit your shots, and I mean, that's hard for anyone to push into, especially Rare Atom, but I mean, doing a pretty good job. I mean, already doing a better job, and of course than ZCG did yesterday against this ALG team at this point.
Touche. Now, very slow start to this round here. Not a single muscle moving. I say a little bit from Satoshi, but very quiet start. Prowler destroyed very early on, gives them an idea. There's an advanced position, but the immediate teleport out, all that information, old news by now.
Again, just slowing the pace down a little bit, trying to find out what you can do with that information you were given, and they're gonna trip that Vise wall. They don't have to deal with it later. Posted behind it. execute here on to this A site. 2 members of ALG waiting on the other side of that door.
Okay, nade goes over the top. Gonna give them a little bit of room to work with. All the paranoia so perfect, buys them the space, but the tether's gonna hold them. It's gonna stall them getting onto site, and it's gonna give Yang the perfect position, the perfect timing to peek. Spike goes down. They're already on site here, but these smokes are making it so difficult to try actually get round these corners. Needs ending to step up, needs ending to provide some sort of pressure relief here. There's a crossfire. 3-way. This angle is being watched. Dino peeks into one, and there's the first pick taken down. Flash is great, but there's Z again for another. Okay, why not? Get one with the snake bite as well. And that's the issue, is that it's so well held on. A Midnight to step up at the end there, but G, amazing position. Really needed somebody to push, to try be the person to step up, go, I will try break the stronghold here. I will try breach the fortress. And nobody would, nobody could.
Yeah, I think that mixed with, like you said, I mean, I think we're gonna take a nice look at this replay, but good early shots here from Ying. And of course, we also saw that Vi's ultimate coming out on site, right? That kind of takes away some of the weaponry you have. But I think that mixed with, like, good kind of post-plant positioning, mixed with the fact that ALG are peeking one by one, and Adam just kind of had all of their bases covered there, able to just clean that up, and that's kind of hard to push off of. Also, the snake bite kill, we didn't get to see it on the replay, but
oh, I don't think anyone got to see it though. That whole site was covered in smoke. But it's the fact that we see 2 beautiful shots, the snake bite guy, and it's instantaneous, isn't it? There isn't even a pause. It's literally snake bite, bam, dead in the kill feed. It's beautiful to see. That one, it's intentional, right? But it's not quite as purposeful, as manual as a gun kill, right? You throw it out just to stop anyone peeking. You throw it out to take a bit of space, right? You're not expecting it to instantly find yet another advantage for you.
Although I do think, I mean, I still think it's, even with the nerfs, and even with the nerfs coming in, I mean, Viper's such a strong controller, and her snake bite, especially post-plant. Oh, we just saw that. We just saw that
a very controversial video came out about the changes that are going to be made. I haven't watched it yet.
There are a lot of changes that are going to be made. Of course, won't be affecting any of our Ascension teams, but that will it will come into effect next VCT season, so the team's got to get ready. It's also going to affect all these off-season events, right? Red Bull Homegrounds, GC champs, and are going to be playing on these new patches. So there's a lot of changes that are coming out. Thankfully, we don't have to worry about them. Beautiful entry there from Satoshi, and beautiful shots. Not worried about that. And now C-Site all belongs to Rare Adam.
It does indeed. Ooh, shot through the smoke is clean. Not expecting that one. A bullet from nowhere, but still huge amount of space, a huge amount of padding before this retake even hits. And that's time for Rare Atom to set up their defenses, to set up on this site. Still utility in the bank. Snakebite still available. Little bits and pieces online to try stop this. Gurren now stun, has to fall back a little bit there. Midnight gets one, isn't quite able to get the transfer. Gurren really desperate, spraying away. And here it is, no. Wants to go through the wall. 2 layers of wall needed, and there it is. Just adjust the angle slightly, but the positioning, perfect.
I think one thing that Rare Adam really excels at, we saw it in this last 2 rounds, right, is there once they get that plan down, and if they're able to get into a good post-plant position when they have sight, I mean, it's really tough to deal with that. You really can't really afford to defuse unless you can kind of find everyone and take them off. But they're just so good. They know exactly how they play, and that's what comes with a team, right? This is what you expect to see from a team, and that's the second in Ascension the last 2 years. And I think they just didn't they just win like the China national competition in July or something. Like this is a strong team. They've been a strong team. Top points, I mean, this is a team, right, that's expecting, but also that comes down to, like, you also have everything to lose, right? Everyone's expecting to see Rare Adam do great. Again, ALG with this early aggression. Gonna get punished for it this time. Aluba, they just walk straight into the firing side that is right at him. I don't know if they're expecting ending here or not, though. I'm gonna risk it, though.
Not sure. Well, they're starting to piece together the puzzle a little bit. Pokes and prods for information have wielded them some insight. And as you can see, they've decided actually the call is off the back of such an advanced position from ending to move everyone over to that C site. And actually, it is a lovely read. They're going to hear the footsteps. They're going to see the utility. The paranoia is going to go out and... Oh, actually, it's a little bit of a pause on it. Showstopper comes on through, but Yang with 2 back-to-back. Showstopper does connect, and that leaves it in a 1v2. We talked about ending's advanced position on A, gives them all the advantage to stack up on the C site. Finds the first as well. Can they be the final piece of the puzzle? They piece together the information game. Can they piece together the retake game now? Spike goes down. Knows that there's only likely to be 2 positions. Haven't heard door, so... Only 2 entrances. Decide that it's going to be. Has to get out of dodge here. Does, in fact, successfully dodge the converging paths. And Midnight hears all of the splashing. All he has to do is wait and deliver.
A good use of that waylay ultimate, but again, when you have an agent like Omen that's able to just TP out, I think also that paired with the fact that like they weren't really in a position to pick up a better weapon off of that, only had that sheriff in hand, which of course does a lot of work. We see it right there, but I think just got a little bit antsy peeking that smoke right into that spray.
Yeah, just a little bit, tiny bit, as a treat.
Delicious.
Delicious, my favorite. A little bit of an overpeak for breakfast.
Breakfast
Seven
for me.
I was gonna say
lunch, almost for you, right?
Yes. Should be.
Dinner for
but
them?
I'm casting, and that's all the sustenance I need.
Me too.
Okay, talking of sustenance.
Well, if I can say anything, ALG and RA are keeping us well fed already, and
They
it's
are.
only map #1.
They are. I'm loving the Odin there. Oh, ending's not though. A little bit of a tag. Ooh, Prowler in their face. Ending's hearing so much noise. Has the support there from Mound. Very worried that there could be anything in the smoke, and I believe we're getting a Nightfall on our hands and ready, and there it is. They're going to combine it. It's going to be 2 ultimates coming on out. The dash away immediately. It's frantic, it's desperate, but it's the only option, and it doesn't matter either. It's all futile, because down they both fall. No. Ooh. Dancing with the devil here. They are aware that Xeno's here.
Oh,
Elbow's gonna get spotted. Ooh.
Doesn't matter. Xeno's
matter.
ready. Are they ready for Guren? It looks like they might be just kind of pre-firing, but it doesn't matter. Guren right there. Nice shots also from Satoshi. 4 in the round. Going to clean that up. I love that double ultimate on the site, the Vi's fade mirror. I of course it does get a little tricky, right? We saw the counter fade ult come in, and that did make things a little bit tougher for them, but not tough enough. They were ready. They did fine.
They were ready. They were sorted. Beautifully handled. And it's been... This was a game that I think maybe people expected to be a little more one-sided than it has been. This has actually been very hotly contested. Rare Atom, they look maybe not on the form that some were expecting. They're showing this attack aside.
Not surprised to see ALG taking this aggressive position. We see that that's what they do on eco rounds, and it works for them. But RA slowing things down just a little bit. We're expecting that.
We were.
And look, you can see them just kind of holding, right? All of these sites, they're waiting for that aggressive push. So ALG having to slow down a little bit, but not surprising to see them still relatively grouped up, especially when you're on those ecos, you're on those shares. But again, you know, who cares if it's an eco? I've seen too many nice sheriff shots for me to say that's any sort of disadvantage for any of these players.
The map control is really nicer as well. They've got Mound, they've got the deep smoke there as well to stop them pushing. They're having a little bit of hook out B as well, and they've got 3 stacked A, and they might be a little late to the party, but they've got a really good read available to them here. And now comes the onslaught, all rushing on, and I think maybe option for Xeno just to fall back, but actually His teammates arrived just in time to not concede over this choke point.
Plane is gonna go down for Rare Atom. The 4 members of ALG all ready to push together, and of course we have. We'll make that 3. We have a Luba flanking on the other side, but with only a sheriff in hand, gonna hook into a couple of them. Fights here, left and right, and ALG not gonna be able to make it work this time with those sheriffs, but not for lack of trying. And I know it kind of makes it seem like, you know, obviously that wasn't a great eco round for them. Didn't turn out in their favor as we've seen so many other ones, but I kind of want to go back to what you were saying about that map control, right? They had that deep smoke, they had mountain control, and that's what kind of works for them. That's why they're able to, of course not this time, but take some of these eco rounds, is they have that map control, but they're also able to get out. They know when that exec's coming and they can call in for reinforcements as trades come through and they win the round. Didn't happen this time, but again, when you're on kind of that back foot, you kind of got to do anything that you can. Op coming out for Viper now.
Lovely find on ending there. Ending there wasn't really an opportunity for escape, especially with the Horde coming out. All the information in the world on your defense has been spotted. Boombot, it's a little bit haphazard. Going a little bit early, given its short duration there. And everything at the wall just to keep hold of the C control. And they have. Rare Atom, they've been so eager to lean towards C that they haven't even really been leaving anyone to go have a little bit of a push up A early round, which has kind of pigeonholed them a little bit at times.
You know, another thing we see RA do is they're not afraid to take their times on these execs and on these pushes, right? They get that early pick, have numbers advantage, but they don't always push right off of that. Again, it makes it a little bit hard for ALG, but like you said, they kind of have to group up together, but they're only Sentinel in that Vise. You don't have that wallop yet. That's really all you have to kind of watch flank. So they kind of stick together, electing to push together, and it does work when they're able to keep together. They know ALG also play like that, and it's gonna be another B hit. Yang gonna get that opening pick and takes out that ultimate. Gonna kind of slow down this push onto site, calling for reinforcements. There's only 13 seconds left in the round. No time to pivot, no time to rotate. These trades are coming out, but again, running out of time. Bomb is down.
Dumb. It's done. That's a difficult one, I think, there. And there's a couple of moments where you have a little bit of hope, right? The tether goes over towards backside, and you think maybe there's a chance here they can get on. They bought themselves a little bit of a window. It doesn't last long. It is immediately re-peaked. And that timer, we talked a little bit about how they're not mad. They don't mind taking their time a little bit. We see this with a lot of teams, that it's very high risk, high reward if you execute last minute, right? If you starve them of information, you're likely to catch them off guard on a site that they don't really have too many people on. But if you have not had, if you've given them so much information by where you've not been, that they can adjust accordingly, and then you hit in the last, 30 seconds, last 20 seconds, if anything goes wrong, then it's all over. There's no time to make a new plan.
Yeah, I mean, it is tough, right? Because it's exactly like you said. You don't have time to pivot off of that, especially if it doesn't go well. And no time to rotate either, right? I mean, I think they were all poised and ready for that B hit. In like we said, right, high risk, high reward. I think had that Vise ult not come out, they would have been prepped and ready. They had that tether, but it's hard, right? Now you lose your primary weapons. You're kind of stunned. They also Yang got that early pick, so that makes it a little bit slower. I mean, we can see, right? It's not the first time they've tried to exec onto this B side. It did work previously, right? They made good work of that. But when, that wasn't even the opening pick of the round, actually, if you think about it. Rare Atom had numbers going into that fight. But you lose your opening pick kind of like on that exec plus that ult. It's hard to push on this side, but you don't have time to hit somewhere else. You don't have time to rotate. And I think, had you tried that same exec earlier in the round, yes, you starved them of information, so they're not posted, they're ready. But you also have time to okay, let's go, let's hit door and let's go to C. we can worry about waterfall. We can throw util there. We can throw our thorns. We can put our smoke there. We can kind of dump util on waterfall, waiting for that quick rotate to come in. Then we can post up backside, wait for the rotates to come in from A, right? So I think plenty of time, but couldn't quite do it this time. But that's that half. Switching sides.
Side switch indeed. Another pistol on their hands. ALG a pistol here closes up that gap incredibly nicely. It's not much of a gap, but they'd be happy to eliminate it either way. Now here we go. Everything on forward. Ending's going to take first contact, but actually both teams going to be allowed to live at the end of the day. Midnight taking 8 points of damage, but really anything to write to home about. Fight goes down very quickly. Retake is... It's 5 versus 5 here. I love Ending's position, though. Whether they're expecting somebody so far back is yet to be seen. Just about dodges the information.
Oh, they definitely were not expecting that.
It takes so much attention away from the actual site hold to try and deal with this as well. And Yang wants to have something to say in the matter, but it's just being locked on out there. Barricade with 2. It's immaculate. Toshi, though. 1 player left alive. There's just no time. There's just not the facilities for that big man. And that is going to be the pistol round for them secured.
I don't think it was too far of a gap, like you said, a small gap to say a much needed round. But you know, you win pistol, you win the second, and all of a sudden it's tied 7-7.
Exactly.
I love this is really kind of a matchup of like it's giving like Paper X Fnatic, like a team that's really kind of a team that plays in the first 30 seconds and a team that waits the last 30 seconds. Like you have all that aggression from ALG, especially on the eco rounds, but on pistols, on attack, on defense, and then you have this team like Ray Adam that's a little bit more deliberate, high risk, high reward. Making their way into the C site now, especially when you have those weapons in hand. I would do it too. First blood, ending. Make it a little bit easier to come inside. That plant should get down, no problem.
Yep. Plant goes down. The retake's got, you know, there's bits of utility, but it's whether they're going to be allowed to get into a position that they can really utilize that. People pushed back off site there. Barricades found another pick, so this should just be going through the motions. There's nothing to save, so they might as well throw themselves at the wall and see if they can at least find something that sticks, but I think maybe just going for exits here.
Probably going for exits and of course time to spike. A little bit extra money.
Not conceding the ult points as well. Yeah.
ALG though. You know they're gonna hunt those. Barricade not going to find one. Everyone else gonna save these weapons for the next round. RA gonna die for a little extra plant money. Or not plant money, death money.
Just a little bit. As a treat.
Just a little
Spending
bit.
money in the piggy
Spending
bank.
money, put it in your pocket. Get some gum.
Exactly.
Ice cream truck comes around.
And to be honest with you, I think that it's not a bad idea. There's still a couple of heavy shields missing here as well, which, you know, we speak about being small things, but when you're up against some of these weapons, when you're up against, you know, the Spectre there, it does matter. There are moments where it does, in fact, become a huge sort of liability here. But they have a huge weapons advantage, even if not everyone's got full shields up. Immediately, the waylay dash onto site, ending it so clean. And she just has to back off. All over the teammates, but by the time they get there, it's too late. The retakes just haven't been looking good.
I think another thing we can see kind of the difference between ALG and RA, right? On the C site is, again, we're talking about a team that's so aggressive, or at least compared to RA, like ALG. And we talk about that map control, right? Instead of kind of playing off, playing post, and playing for mound, right? They're pushing up, they're pushing into CT, they're pushing into one ball. Again, you want to talk about another high risk, high reward strat? Not going to work out in their favor this time. Going to be pretty easy for RA. to retake when you have your members of ALG pushing into you.
Yep. Indeed. And that's, I'll be honest with you, I don't think this is how anyone predicted this match potentially to go, where Atom were looking, you know, favorites coming into this pretty heavily. Maybe not really heavily, but there was certainly a distinction to be made. And then the attacker side falls a little bit flat, and now they've got to try get it done on the defense side. And yes, it's around here, but it's against weaker buys. I think this first gun round is going to be the decisive sort of measure, isn't it? They need to win out this gun round to renew a little bit of confidence in the fact that the first half wasn't necessarily as good as we'd expected it to be. Early mount control. Oh, it's a clean headshot for Barricade. Midnight. Decisions to be made. Back off. Stay. Hang around. Risk it. Decides not to risk it.
Again, I mean, look at the difference, right, in these two teams. ALG gets that early pick and they decide to keep pushing. We saw RA do the same thing and they waited until the last couple seconds to exec.
Okay. Oh, through the smoke. Midnight drops. G waiting on site, hiding, can hear so much, but what's real, what's fake, what audio cues should you really be concerned about? I think the real concern is the fact that you've got to defend this whole site 1 versus 5. That goes out, blocking anybody on that side, but it's just G here, gets 2, dodges the paranoia, and has reinforcements. 2 versus 3. Not the most difficult thing in the world, but another smoke going out makes this so much more difficult. But there's a gap that they can slip around the corner, and G gets another one.
Gonna trade weapons a little bit. ALG going to finish that right up, but I got a little dicey there for a second.
Yeah.
If you're ALG in that situation, if you're going into a 5v2, you know there's one, at most 2 on site, but you're probably expecting the other one's still going to be rotating over from the likely A. Like, why are you individually peeking? You have 5. You have numbers. But look at this. They're going to go 1, 2, and again peek here solo. The whole point of a numbers advantage is to play together, right?
Yeah, I think people see number advantage and they misinterpret it, right? That they can peek 1 by 1 because they've got expendable people, right? Not expendable in set, but they've got numbers to play with, right? They've got such a huge advantage. But then they peek 1 by 1 and suddenly they lose that advantage. And it's not an excuse to do that. Like, oh yeah, we've got more people, you know? If somebody has an isolated fight and loses, we're still winning. No, you need to use those numbers together. It's even more reason because you can duo swing everything.
Mm-hmm. Especially when we're talking about this stage, right? This is going to bring you into playoffs, right? The team that ascends here is going into VCT. Of course, DRG in that A group already qualified. They know this, right? But you're trying to qualify for VCT and stay with those teams who have, right? This is exciting that we have this lane experience here. Those VCT teams have lane experience every week, and so you can't afford to keep making little mistakes like that. And not saying we don't see that on the big stage too, but right, if you're trying to prove your worth, like you have to make sure you're cleaning up little mistakes like that.
Let's see, any little mistakes to give away the opening pick. There's a little bit of mayhem. I'm liking the advanced positions here. Super aggressive, and they've just got pistols. They've got such a weak buy. You might as well just throw yourself, try and overwhelm. And overwhelm they do, actually. Barricade flash goes out, but just looking all over the place. Doesn't even know where he is.
He is just quite, yeah, but it looks like I have an idea. See some util come down. Barricade gonna just swing down and find Guren. And now, Ja left alone here on site with just the sheriff in hand. But again, it's a 2v2. Bike down on A site.
There, crawling across. No, you never want to hop on a player, but so few kills. It needs to step up now. Weapon picked up, weapon pulled out in time. Really needs to find something. It's not. It's just going to be another death to the tally. Leaves so much for Jit to do here. Footsteps are heard. It's information, but converting that into a win, that's where it gets difficult.
We talked about what ALG needs to do in these number advantage earlier. Barricade not quite able to teleport out in time now. Just all down to Xeno. Going to be able to do it this time. Plant goes down, kill comes through. And ALG put one more on the board.
Battle of the Z's. G versus
Battle
Xeno.
of the Z's. Battle of the controllers.
Oh, I should say Z because I'm British, but I'm custom this, so Z it'll be.
Oh, you say Z, I'll say Z.
Oh god, that's gonna be so weird. Oh, the little switcheroo there, but I think realistically we're going into round number 18, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you cannot have a play with only 3 kills. If you were winning, and you were winning starkly, then I'd be like, okay, they don't need them. You do need them. And the Vice utility is great, but again, it's just not been as impactful as it would be having even double the amount of kills here.
But then, yesterday, right? You had No Team MVP against Simon, former EDG champion. So, like, you gotta be more consistent. Barricade. Going to find 2 once again. ALG have these numbers advantages, but Guran gonna find 1. Slowly kind of chip away the numbers that are ALG, all down to Midnight and Guran. Bomb is down.
Around the corner, the peak looking in the wrong way, and there it is. They double down for double digits. And I'll be honest with you, we can try find silver linings, like, yeah, they're getting the spike down, sure. But the issue is that they're just not, even the rounds that they're losing, they're not even making it competitive. And that's a little bit of a worry here, is that it has been such a dominant half.
Yeah. I mean, this is a close game. I really think what it's coming down to, though, is, like, I think Rare Atom, I think they are a solid team with solid plays. I think ALG are able to exploit that in the rounds that they make mistakes. Rare Atom punishes that, is what's happening.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think just the pace in the map control that ALG has, right? It's hard for Rare Atom to adapt to that because I think they're just much more foundation-based team. Whereas ALG, and it's not just like silly little swings and pushes. I mean, these are coordinated team plays. We're seeing it again here.
Yeah.
They're gonna push up here on to this A site. That ultimate's gonna come out again, right? Only primary weapons in hand here for RA. Gonna make it a little bit tougher to defend. And look at all this. We talk about that map control, right? Take a look at the mini map. Little space barricade, the little space and able to TP out.
Ending. Lovely play to get back sight there. Completely swarms, and that gives them the ability to push a little bit further towards spawn. Stop anybody even getting close to trying to defuse here. Yang can activate off the back, punishes the kill onto barricade. And now just G left. Nowhere to go. No teammates to get this done with. A single snake bite, and not a hope in hell that it's gonna happen.
Yeah, I would make the call to save here too, especially right ALG inching ever closer to match point. Just gonna look for exits here, and you know ALG are gonna hunt for those. You know they're gonna hunt for those.
Yeah.
Look at this, look, ending, thinking about it. They thought about it.
I mean, they've no reason not to. They've got enough money on their side. An 11. This is on Rare Atom's map pick as well. Which,
True.
Rare Atom favored to win, starting off on their map pick. Not quite seeing the same level of dominance we would have expected. But I think it's just these super aggressive sort of plays as they get towards site, is that it's not... We're seeing immediately endings back site, and with ending being back site, that gives them support back down onto site. You can jump over people, fire down, you converge on them, and then immediately pivot your attention and then face away, push further, because you can't really just bunker down on site. You need a foothold to escape. You need a buffer, a padding to stop the retake so that you have layers to your defense. And ALG, they've been so quick at getting the spike down that they've had all the time in the world to set back up.
I mean, Affinity, what do you think, like, what do you think Ray Adam need to do at this point? Like, what do you think is a tangible change they can make right now here in round 20?
I'd like to see a little bit more early round aggression. I would like to see them going for a little bit of an early fight, because right now they're sitting on their hands a bit here, and they need to be winning out some of these opening draws to give themselves an advantage. They've taken ending down here, right? They have an opening pick. They need to then capitalize off of it. Because they get one, they peel back, right? Instead of trying to push a little bit further, trying to get the information that they need. Like A site, they've been completely stagnant. So when something does happen, they're the last people to know.
Yeah, I think this comes down to what we were saying. They're so deliberate. They do kind of hear a lot of noise over towards C, but again, a huge ultimate here coming out from Barricade. I think it's going through door. Going to spot some out here on C. Not gonna matter. Rare Adam seeming to find the rest of these picks. And there you go. Not quite that early round aggression that you were hoping for, but those shots are coming through nonetheless, and they're able to put that 9th one on the board.
Well, I think it's not the early round aggression for the information, but it still kind of boils down to the same core principle, is that they are able to rotate quick enough that they are not having to play retake, because the retakes haven't been looking good, right? If you can get there before you actually have to go through all of the hassle of retake executes and figuring out what utility you have to coordinate it, you know? That's a good one, is getting ahead of it. Just don't let the spike go down, because that's where they've been looking particularly weak. And that's not something we can necessarily just address here. That's a little bit more of a deeper issue that they'll need to look at over the course of, the following days. But if they can stop the spike going down and rotate over early, usually that's because you've got the information, you've gone for some info peaks, but this time they do just rotate quick enough that they get ahead of it, they stall long enough that they get ahead of the party, and they can be there to greet them.
Yeah, ALG finishing out this time on last time out, I believe, of the map, of course, unless we go into OT. Not a bad time to call it. 11-9. Inching closer to the end of this game. Let's see how this round goes. I don't think it's out of question. I don't think it's I think there's a definite possibility we could go to OT. But I also can see if Ray Adam aren't quite able to keep it together like they just were, right? That was a good defensive round from them. If they can't quite keep it together, ALG just need 2 more to close it out.
For sure.
But yeah, I mean, ALG only up by 2. Both teams had a chance to talk in this timeout.
True, but 2 rounds this close to the end kind of does feel like a bit of a chasm. It's scary. Map points is teetering on a knife's edge.
I mean, think about it. You're only 2 rounds away from ALG, but ALG is only 2 rounds away from winning the game. So there's a lot. That opening pick coming out from Nono. Heard you asking for more kills. They're gonna bring it, but Yang going. Close those numbers back up. It's a fight here over on the A site, and all these rotations coming in. And again, Barricade just with that aggressive position. Gonna find that rotate coming over from the C site now. Back to 3v3.
Favors the bold.
High risk, high reward. Just the name of the game for both of these teams here. Able to find that rotate. And unfortunately with that, right, RA, a little bit confused as to where these teams could be headed. Barricade's still looking to clear out the site, doesn't know that it's all free. But 20 seconds left, gonna start this execute.
Way too long to get that spike down there. Now the back away. Not got a whole lot of space to work with here. Although I am loving Ending's position here. Needs to get a move on, otherwise they might suspect something is amiss. Crunch down on them. Aluba is going to be the first part of this crunch. Swings. It's not going to be available. Midnight turns around and finds another. The Doofy is going to come on through. Barricade doesn't even know where to look. It is a single classic bullet to the head. But it's close. And...
I think... we said a couple rounds ago that Rare Adam have a hard time on retakes, and that's correct. But I think ALG has a tough time post-plant, and I think what's worked out for them has literally just been positioning. So when that falls through, they're not able to kind of like hold that together.
Yeah, true. On the plus side, Rare Atom finally breaking that little bit of a drought that they had. They finally are getting around on the board and making a little bit of a name for themselves here. Closing the gap and stopping, more importantly, ALG getting to map point is the big one. Midnight taking mount control here. We said we wanted to see them a little bit more aggressive. They're actually putting up a bit of a fight here. I say that as they immediately back off. The moment a flash is called, smoke goes out, and the issue is they're now not going to know how close this offense is to them. Gonna funnel them potentially over towards B here. No, we wanted more kills. Finally are being delivered, and they're being important. They're impactful kills. Past 2 rounds, it's been the openers.
I think also Rare Adam are kind of starting to clear the corners a little bit more, right? Because ALG does kind of have this like funky positioning, funky kind of spots in these off angles, and it's caught Rare Adam by storm a couple times. Xeno gonna have that trade there on Midnight. Still the rest of RA coming over to pinch here on this B site. They are gonna be able to get Spike down.
Lovely find them. There's the first. Aluba, something to say about the matter, but 1 versus 3. And that's what we've been saying is the numbers advantage, is that they were losing these opening duels. They didn't have the information, they weren't rotating in time. Actually, they found an alternative solution, is just win the opening duels, not need to bother about looking at stopping the retake, just winning outright in the numbers game. And the more that you sort of take them down, the less eager they are to go for these site hits. The harder site hits are with only 2, especially 2 versus 4, 2 versus 5. As you deter them from going, not because you have the information to rotate early, but because they just don't have the numbers to execute.
Now 11-11 all tied up, and now suddenly that 2 rounds we talked about only separating either team here from running away with the match, or maybe we'll go to OT. Last 2 rounds here on the line. Now ALG here on that eco, but we've seen them do a lot of good things there on an eco before. This time though, they're gonna have to do it on attack, and an aggressive ultimate here coming out from Guren, going to spot out a couple of them too, so knows they're posted up here on the A site, but I don't know if anyone's expecting this lurk up through B.
No, potentially not. Viper's Pit's going to be used just to really cement that Sia is closed for business, and it's going to mean that it's only this Viper needed that entire third of the map. Now the issue is going to be that they're funneling in towards B. That could be an absolutely huge paint shell. Not going to do a whole lot, but Barricade and Luba both find their marks. And now there's another one. Yang so hot on it. They divert. They are fluid across this map. And
they saw that
timing.
Viper. They saw that Viper. Just right through the smoke there at the end. They're waiting into this poke, but so is... They're going to find one. Looking to isolate the fight. Able to do it. 2v2. Spike is down. Alright, Onsite gonna set that defuse, and now with a good positioning, it's gonna be hard for Aluba to close this out. And look at that, sit down. Sit down, he says.
Confidence in the face of a series that is nowhere near as easy as it was maybe expected. But it's good to see that they still got the energy that they're coming back into this. That could have gone either way. So much of that round could have gone either way. And as you said that you think they spotted the Viper. I'm not 100% sure, because it seemed that they got caught a little bit off guard by that. Just the drop down here. I don't know why Yang tried to drop down there.
I don't know, but this is how you play. That's how you play with your team, right?
Yeah.
You have that smoke down, you start the defuse, and then you have the other one holding the angle where you know they are, making sure they're not going to spray that smoke. And now ALG looking to bring this to OT. They're going to be so aggressive. We know they have that aggression. Good showstopper. Satoshi finds 2 more as well. And now they know there's a couple here. Posted up in tree. But it's a 2v4 ALG. really need to make some miracles happen if they want to win this. They're gonna start spraying through. Down, they're gonna get pinched. All down here to Zeno.
Flawless round to end it, and you feel that one in your chest. It is hard fought, and actually they struggle a little bit in that first half. Second half looking a bit smoother, finding some of the answers there. And I think a big part of that is you never want to harp on one player, but Nono actually starting to step up. A, finding opening picks, which they weren't as getting as consistently. And B, Nono just finding picks outright. I think, you know, when you're going into round 18 and you've got 3 kills, that's not a good enough stat at this level if you're wanting to try secure playoffs. And that's them stealing away their sort of oh, that's their own map pick, sorry, but it's close. It's hard fought.
Yeah, I mean, look at this round, right? If RA had been able to play like that the entire half, it would not have been this close.
No, exactly. But yeah, some of the replays, Aluba, a play that really stood out to me, I think. I saw a lot of multi-kills coming out there. Very nicely done. Ending as well, the hyper-aggression and the ability to be able to take so much space. And it wasn't just taking space as they were executing onto site. It was on that defense side, being that A anchor and pushing up forward so that you had the space to sort of have your team come over, that you had early warning signs if something was going to get pushed. A very nice sort of pivot point for the team.
Yeah, I mean, again, you know, I kind of went back and forth how I thought that was going to end. But yeah, I mean, I do think we ended in a beautiful fashion. I think that last round just being just as flawless as it was, right? I mean, that's kind of what we were missing. Like you said, also Nono started to bring it up in the last couple rounds. Obviously, we know Nono's a great player. We saw that yesterday. And also, I mean, they are playing a controller, but at the end of the day, right? That's not, or
yep. So any second now, we should have the team comms going up. So we'll have a little bit of a listen to those. Oh, get a couple of coach reactions in. Rare Atoms coaches, I think, must have been on the edge of their seat. But time for the team comms.
A 包点一个 A 包点一个，
左右包点右边一个，
这没枪的。一个 A 大一个 A 大一个，我大一个不到，谁打？他两个都是左边。拆包，这样，这个，我接着拆，选2楼，开进行了。
MVP of the match. It could be nobody else could it Kaiser him.
No, I mean, I think it just goes to show, and not even just showing on these stats, right? I mean, of course, beautiful 295 ACS, but also I think just the Viper plays we saw in general, which isn't always like reflected in the stat line, I think, but just the way that they were able to just kind of control the map, and great use of walls, and of course snake bites as well. But yeah, just beautiful shots, beautiful positioning, and I do think well deserved MVP here.
Yeah, very well done. An absolute front runner. Teets off a little bit towards the end, but really strong start into the map. We saw a lot of multi-kills just single-handedly. The Seaside Bastion at times. And individually looking really great. But there were so many players that we could have highlighted in this series. It could have been any number of people. It just comes down to, you know, I think the early impact in this map just cannot be understated.
I agree. And you know, I really do think this felt, for both teams, like a team game. Obviously, yes, stood out as an MVP. Of course, Aluba as well, you know, had this kind of gone ALG's way. A lot of great plays, but I think all together, even Nono, who we said earlier, yes, it was playing on that Sentinel, and I think that's kind of part of why is kind of just got stuck there at the end and wasn't able to do a lot of work. But even just like having that Sentinel on your team, I mean, I do think these were team games. We saw team pushes, and we also saw mistakes as a team, right? Individually peaking when you have a numbers advantage. But yeah, I mean, overall, just really, I think this was a close map. We asked if it was going to go to OT. I wasn't even expecting, you know, it was, what was that, 11-9, I think, at the time?
Yeah.
You know, I don't think either of us were expecting it to end 11-13. So, for Adam, great job there at the end. And just looking at some of these stats, right? I mean, I don't think we could have asked for a closer first map, especially over Adam's map pick.
True. It was certainly a more hotly contested map than we expected, but that was where Atom's map pick. I'm now a little bit curious about how they're going to hold up on their opponent's map pick, given that their own choice didn't exactly feel smooth, whether this will be a 3-map affair.
Well, and also considering that yesterday they banned Corode. So, save win late. But yeah, I guess we'll have to find out when we get into Corode after this short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Welcome back, everybody. Very short break on that one, but that means that we get to go right back into the action. And we raised a couple of concerns about Corode, didn't we, Kaiserin?
We did, and in fact, we haven't had a chance to see for Adam on Corode because they banned it yesterday. So, very interesting going into ALG's map pick here on Corode.
I am a little bit interested about it as well. And whether we're going to see, well, I mean, whether we're going to see anything realistically, I am a little bit nervous because they've not played it once. They do not have a listed official on this map at all. And that's a little bit of a worry. On the flip side, it means that there's nothing that can be demo reviewed, VOD reviewed. There's no, like, information to go on. You don't even know what comp they're going to field.
Well, also, I think, also given that Corode's the newest map in the pool right now, so I think, especially if you're aware, Adam, just hoping that, like, yeah, this isn't your map pick, but also this map hasn't been out long enough, so all teams have kind of equally had enough time to kind of put strats out, do some server work, and we know Rare Adam is a solid team. So, you know, even though, yeah, they're banning this map, you know they're still putting in work on this map. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them do well. But again, I mean, right, we don't have any information. So there's a first time for everything. And that's going to be here on the VCT Ascension stage.
It is. And of course, on the Project Horizon channels. Hello to the wonderful people, because I believe we're both on YouTube and Twitch. So hello to everyone watching. Thank you for joining us. Because, of course, it is the support that means that we can continue doing this and running this project as well, which is amazing. I I have some concerns about Corode. How Corode was phrased when the developers put out a video and how it should be played is not necessarily how I've seen it played. Because it was meant to be, they were like, it's very much like a map give and take, right? You take a step forward and your opponent takes a step back, and then you take a step forward and retake that space, and then they have to take a notch back, right? But no, it hasn't really felt like that as much, which is sad, because I thought it was going to be an art piece. It's going to be like art to watch this map, right? It's going to be a game of chess. Hasn't necessarily felt like that. There's been a lot of really, you know, how close things are. Opening draws can happen in the first second, and I think that's going to favor ALG, who were a little bit more aggressive last map. But let's take a look at our compositions. Okay. Neon Chamber. Okay.
Now, okay, I will say I'm a little bit biased because I have been watching a lot of Valorant the past week.
Okay. You have
and
actually, yeah.
I have, and I've seen quite a bit of Corode. Because if there's anything I know about girlies, they like Corode. But I have actually seen all of these agents played on Corode.
And who did you
and
like
a couple
the most?
more. Well, actually, you know what? I do think it depends on the player, but I actually really like the Waylay if you're able to play it. And what we know from watching this last map is that if you're a good Waylay, like, you're a good Waylay. I think Chamber, again, is always good. Obviously, those Chamber nerfs came in, but if you can hit your shots, I think, you know, we kind of talked about a map like this, but a lot of great places you can put a cheeky TP, get a shot, TP out. And so I'm excited to see the Chamber. I think those were kind of the two differences. Obviously, Vise, I think, is kind of like the standard Senti a lot of people are playing on this map, and Lotus. So, again, not a lot of changes there. And then, of course, I'm not surprised to see the both teams running a Neon here. But I am a little bit excited to see the difference in this Chamber and the Waylay, because I think both agents are viable on this map. I think it depends how you play them. But I think, given what we've seen from the teams, I think it kind of plays into their play style as well. So, yeah, I'm a bit excited. But like you said, I mean, yeah, how Corode was kind of envisioned and what's happened hasn't really quite matched up, like you said, and I think it's going to come a lot down to it. We watched both of these teams earlier, but that post plant versus denying the plant in the first place, and I think it's going to come down to that a lot.
That is a plant right in the doorway there. It's going to make it so difficult to try and hold on to this, but Rare Atom 2-3, make it 4. There's a little bit of a response, but it's only Yang left alive, and time's already starting to whittle down. Snakebite, it's going to stall them, if anything. Another Snakebite kill today, but it's all going to be for naught.
Well, at the very least, I think it looked cool. And it was cool. But yeah, not going to win them the round, unfortunately, this time. But again, just a pistol. I do think, though, that ALG typically kind of excel in these pistols, because when you think about pistol round, right, it's fast, you run in, you get those shots off. And so I do think where we kind of expect them to rack up a couple of those rounds are these earlier rounds before those guns come into play and he slows down a little bit. So I definitely probably is a little bit concerning. I know it's just pistol round, but I do think those are kind of like give me rounds there for ALG.
Yeah. Rare Atom, it's a good start. We raise some worries. They immediately quell them. There's still time for this to go wrong, but it hasn't yet. Early days, just the pistols now. Nice. Whoa, what a shot. Lovely shot from Satoshi. That's just going to be more salt in the wounds. And they're not even being particularly aggressive here. It's been ALG have been peeking into this pretty passive sight hold. There's another for Satoshi. You know what? Go on. There's only 2 more, Chief. Go for them. Go for the ace.
Ace, ace, ace.
Ace, ace.
We were denied the ace a couple of times there on Lotus, not for lack of trying, but this could be first ace of the series.
Ooh, could be. We had one earlier, but not in this match. Not in this matchup.
You're right. You're right. Not of the day. I'm mistaken.
Of the series? No. Of the series.
But of the series.
And it's still exciting. An ace is an ace.
An ace is an ace. Satoshi wants it. I won it for you, King.
Oh,
Times
there's
four.
the fourth. And oh, lining up perfectly.
no,
The stars
the
are like
ending
he's
is-
hunting for it. And you can tell just running. Do you think... Come and face your
ending
fate.
doesn't wanna
You're
give it.
doomed either way. I think they're baiting for... I think they're
They're
baiting
baiting.
for
They're
it.
baiting.
I love it. Oh.
Oh,
Oh no! Just at the end. Heartbreak.
I don't think there's anything like more exciting than getting an ace on lane. You know, I think that's like the ultimate. Like, yeah, I did that. But
If you can
either
do it
way,
online, you can do it anywhere.
if you can do it on land, you can do it anywhere. But I do think, you know, regardless, yeah, I didn't quite get the ace. They were baiting for it, but that was a pretty clean round there from them. Again, that also means 4 weapons saved into this round number 3.
Here's your little bit of insight to the team as well. Is there are some teams that are so serious, they're like, no, we're not going to bait you so that you can get the ace. It's nice to see a team that's like, yeah, you know what? You know what? We'll go for it. And you don't want to give away too much because early rounds and early game like this, you don't want to let them build up too much economy. You don't want to let them build up those old orbs. So it can be really risky trying to bait for the ace. But sometimes the mental comes above all else.
You know what? I think Valorant is one of the most like mental heavy games. I genuinely think a lot of times we see it comes down to like a team's mental. Also a team's stamina. Also when it comes down to like these long series.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, anything you can do for vibes for the team.
Immediate trade here. Midnight in a lovely position to go a little bit further, but Zeno is waiting for this. Smoke comes out in response, but snakebite means that this is no man's land. Zeno just has to get out of dodge. He's found another one. That's going to give them the player advantage. Zeno creeping. Location now unknown. Last contact was a while ago. Smoke's going to fade, and that's a little bit of a worry because now Midnight is a clear line of sight. Crossfire is established. It's just a matter of who gets the pick. There's the first swing out. They swing out together. They crunch down onto ending. And No here just holding the line. And there's the back away, the save. Desperately just trying to get out. Hoping that they can hold on to this single measly weapon because the money's not going to be good going into the next round.
Definitely not. Want to hold on to this weapon as much as possible. And it looks like Rare Adam are going. Give Yang the chance. Yeah, not the way you wanted this third round to go, especially in your bio. But then again, also, right, we talked about they were able to bring 4 weapons into this round, and also, right? I mean, those weren't really like the stingers and sheriffs we were seeing them buy up last round, right? I mean, those are rifles. Those are rifles.
I think it's also important to note that the single saved weapon here is going to... It needs to step up. It needs to be the linchpin for the rest of it. Because there's a stinger, but otherwise it's just sheriffs. And the sheriffs have been good, but you can't really rely on them to the same extent. The fact that RA know not to go hunting, because it's still early days for them. Oh, lovely break of the haunts there. A little bit of early damage onto Zeno, but it won't be a kill, which means he can continue to apply pressure.
That's the beauty of being Chamber, able to TP out of things. A little bit dicey there. Couldn't see. It's okay. I'll just leave. Getting a masterclass of Chamber from Satoshi. And also, I mean, we talked about, right, a Neon on a map like this. I mean, it's tough going into a Chamber Neon matchup where your opponents, like, know how to play those characters. And that's what we've seen in the first couple rounds. And that's tough for ALG, especially on defense.
Yeah.
It's punishing a lot of the aggression that we see from ALG as well. Because they know, like, they're just a second away from peeking into a headhunter, peeking into an outlaw.
And that's what we said, is we wanted to see the aggression punished, and it is being punished. This is a little bit messy, go 1-for-1 on the kills, but it's given them a whole lot of space to work with. The B players rotating on over could cause some mayhem here, but Satoshi, the man, the myth, the legend, going to be causing a little bit of a ruckus. On out, gonna tank the damage, dies to the snake bite. Again, that makes 3 in the series. Toshi waiting, knows he has to be careful.
Ooh,
Very
nice.
clean shot from Aluba. But that's going to be an early warning sign. That's just going to get Midnight primed and ready on his tippy toes, ready for this fight. There it is. Aluba gets another
ready.
one. If he can find anything more, all attention's been distracted here. Could be an opportunity for Yang to creep on up. Snakebite that they've got to run on through.
Nice.
Yang gets both and has time for the defuse. They're so over eager to peek, that so worried about the defuse that they run into the Molotov and they'll both die together.
That was beautiful though. I mean, that's how you play out a team. First of all, Aluba, I mean, huge shot there on that chamber, and then again knew exactly where they could be, especially after putting that eye. Knew where they would be tucked, swung that peek. That knew that two more were coming in, like you said, kind of drew the attention over there. Good snake bites. Like you said, I don't know. They know they have time though. Like,
yeah,
they didn't even tap defuse yet.
I think there was a tap, but that's what baited them out. But they were so quick to be baited out was my worry.
Yeah, and I think also just hoping that, well, like, if we swing as two, they're not gonna get both of us. But I mean, Yang knew exactly where both of them were. Beautiful snake bite. Didn't quite get us the 4 snake bite kill, but definitely contributed to it. Again, barricade. Aggressive angle, looking for someone to push out mid through the smoke. Gonna hold it, but I think they're gonna be spotted right here by the Spade Dog, and of course, lots of utility. They saw the head. They're gonna be able to get out, and Xeno's gonna find one.
They know exactly
a little bit.
They know exactly what kind of worms to go fishing for RAR right now. They've been so good at baiting out RA peaks and then punishing them accordingly. Like we saw it last round, just at the end there. But RA, instead of, sort of tucking in and letting them play into them, like we've seen previously, it's a switch up from ALG to really make RA uncomfortable, to force them to make the first move. And they have been, and they've been misstepping every time.
So she has this ultimate out already here in round number 5, and gonna find a collat through elbow. That's gonna make it a little bit easier here to push up here on to this A site. Plant's gonna go down. Full control over there now, all down to ending.
Down to the wire on the plant, but it doesn't really matter when they clear out everything. So she's still got a couple more bullets here. And ending will not be awarded the same luxury this time. There's enough money that if they want to go hunting, they could indeed, but I think so far I'm from the situation here. Ending. Save the Vandal, hope for the best. You got lucky last one. Not lucky, it was a mixture of two things. It was a mixture of, if Aluba doesn't get any of those shots, it all falls apart.
Yeah.
And if RA don't kind of fumble it.
No, I agree. I definitely think Aluba set that round up, but I think that was quick thinking by Yang. I do agree that RA shouldn't have run in to that, but even if they had peeked right behind that, I still think that ALG get that round. I think, because, right, there's only... Even if they didn't run into the snakebite, they're pushed up right behind it. And so when you're swinging it, right, you already, like, you're pre-frying, you know where they're going to be.
I would agree, but I raise you the question. They didn't have to swing at all.
They didn't, and I don't know why they did, but I think they would have just kind of, like, held right behind it.
Okay.
I don't think they would have tucked. Well, obviously they wouldn't attack. They didn't. I think they were they weren't expecting the swing, maybe right there. But yeah, I agree. I don't know why they pushed out into that, but definitely could not have been set up like that without Aluba.
The goat.
The goat. The goat. And now, timeout coming out from ALG. I don't blame them. Definitely a well-needed timeout. You don't want to let Ray Adam get too much of, like, not just that buildup of momentum, but like also that economy buildup is going to be tough to work with, because even if you're able to chip away a couple of rounds, it's not going to matter, right? They're going to be able to buy full util. They're going to be able to buy full shields, a full loadout. It's going to be tough to deal with. We know they're good. I mean, you know, that beautiful plays, and that does come down to, yes, like hitting those initial shots, but also, I mean, I think Man, that was just such a good round. Like, even if you take it away, right, Aluba drawing the fire, putting that snake bite down. Yeah, questionable that they pushed out into it, but still, just the whole... It was like a dance.
It was a little bit. It was. But it does take 2 teams to tango, and one of these teams is tangoing a little bit harder than the other. Opening fights, taking that mid control again. They've been kind of avoiding the extremities a lot. Mid has been the hot spot, and mid will continue to be their hunting grounds here.
It's so tough. It's so tough to play against a chamber when, like, you don't necessarily have the best utility for it. And again, right, ALG is being punished for this aggression. 100%, especially mid. And you don't want to give up mid control on a map like this, but if you're not able to contest it, like, you might just have to hold some of those chokes.
Slowly, and the issue is time is of the essence here, but they've been drawn so far away from the spike here. If Yang can find another one, that's going to be so much space. They've locked them out of this site. Really needs Satoshi to activate here in a huge way, because getting pinted on all sides, it's all going to come down to him. Luckily, a reliable player to trust. Saw the weapon here, just needs to stall for a second, gets taken down. Ooh.
There's no time.
I think they might... Oh, so close. A second in it.
Yeah, a second. Great clutch coming out from Satoshi. Just not quite enough time. I mean, it's so, like... Chamber is like a really... Chamber's... I don't want to say feast or famine. Like, Reyna's kind of feast or famine. But, like, you put Chamber in the hands of, like, a player who can hit their shots, and it's
I'd argue you're right, though. I'd argue that you're right. Is that he's a little bit less feast or famine, but it's the same premise as Reyna. Is that a lot of his utility is very selfish and requires you to get killed. His ultimate, his headhunter, that's half of his kit, requires you to get killed, and one is just a teleport away in the rough, or whether this has just been a hidden gem.
Yeah, I have to agree. Beautiful clutch there from Zeno. Beautiful shots. Again, we've been saying this since the last map, and it just to be clear, it's not just these 2 teams that are struggling with it, but when you have numbers, or even if you don't have numbers, you know you have numbers probably pushing into a site, the way things go if you're pushing in together. Do not feed once. Dude, it's like, don't dry peek when you have utility. Don't
single swing
one by
if
one.
You can duo swing. Yeah.
Do not single swing. When, like, and these are not my lobbies, Affinity. These are lobbies where players are gonna punish you and hit shots.
Exactly. And when you are duo swinging, you've got to be careful that you don't line up, because we've seen a couple of collats today. We've seen a lot of, not even spray transfers, just naturally how the bullets deviate when you're spraying, taking down both players as they swing. So I think the swings have been an interesting topic of discussion. But as you said, again, it's not just these teams. It seems to be an epidemic at the moment.
Yeah, unfortunately. I don't know that that's going to be a huge dent in the economy or momentum at all of Rare Atom, but definitely helps here. Your ALG, just kind of putting another one on the board. We said 2 is not really a huge gap. 3 is not, too big of a gap either. ALG definitely could bring it back. One thing that does kind of worry me here for ALG is I don't think they've quite, like, figured out how to counter, like, this kind of their aggression's being punished, and the 2 rounds they put on the board have come down to, like, 1 and again, that first round I think is the best round I've seen from any team, like, all day. I know it
Okay,
seems silly,
yeah.
and like even yes, it was silly of them to run into the snake bite, and yeah, they didn't have to swing or push, but like even the fact that it did come off the back of Aluba getting those 2 beautiful shots, but it did kind of draw that out. But I think what's worrying me is like that did come down to Aluba hitting 2 really good sheriff shots. That last round did come down to people like one by one.
Yeah, it's not
swinging
sustainable.
Xeno there.
Is
Yes.
the word I like to use. Is that it's a good round and you won. You cannot depend on rounds where
Yes.
people have to hit ridiculous shots for everything to
Yes.
fall into place. It's not
Yes,
a long-term
exactly.
goal.
Especially here, like this is your defensive half. Like I'm not seeing any like strong defensive holds on these sites on mid, like anywhere. Like it's really tough, and so now ALG are kind of banking on being able to retake together, and that doesn't always work out. Ultimate coming out here. Finds one.
Lovely there from MG. And now, gonna see them switch up a little bit. Oh, missed shots, uncharacteristic.
Okay, Satoshi gonna find one with the headhunter. And now just down to Luba and Barricade in this Viper's ultimate right now.
Okay. Now here we go. Exits. That's the only goal they have right now, and even that's looking unlikely. There might be a little bit of a tussle here with Midnight, but oh, Aluba just dips into the spike there at the end. Unfortunately, Barricade will not survive and face the similar fate with, of course, dying to the spike being a mercy. Unfortunate ending, but all solved now.
All solved now. No worries. Water under the bridge. We're going into the next round. Nice ult coming out. Finds 2 with there. And of course, yeah, shots missed, but it doesn't matter if your last one hits.
Alright. Round 9. Okay. Paranoia is great. And now we're starting to see them head elsewhere from mid. This wall is cutting them off, and they're not even wanting to face it anymore. And I like that we're finally seeing a switch-up condition to mid. Now they've a little bit of a poke towards A, and my worry is that they haven't even really faced any resistance. And look where they're going again. Back to mid.
Well, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
True. Touche. Very, very... True words have never been spoken, Kaiser.
I mean, I really though, ALG, a great team, beautiful shots coming out, but like, they just do not have a defensive hold, and really, I mean, they have the double controller as well. They have this Vise, but like, they're just not able to do anything about mid, and I think part of that was like, they're like, okay, let's deep Omen smoke, and then the rest of us can go. But they're being punished for that aggression, and look, they're even being punished on site. Can't hold site, and now I will say this is an eco, but we saw how the ecos worked out for them on Lotus. I mean, there's no reason it should continuously be looking like this. I mean, it's like they're constantly trying to figure out like, what do we do? And I think they have great individual calls, great calls from their RGL, but it's like there's no presence on the map.
See the smoke come out, you got a vague idea which direction it came from as well. So all attention now focuses over to this one angle. They need to get themselves an exit path, and they want to find themselves some exit frags as well. A couple of these ults so close to online, and oh, G in a matter of seconds floods the kill feed. And you see that little thumbs up. I don't know what more there is to say about that, really.
I don't think there is anything more to say.
Just thumbs up. Just thumbs up.
Just thumbs up. Thumbs up from me.
Thumbs up from me. Thumbs up from thee. And thumbs
Double
up from
thumbs
G.
up from me. And fist bumps from the coach.
Exactly. We talked about how coaches look really grumpy a lot of the time. Is first map they weren't looking too happy, and kind of rightfully so. And I
They
guess
were looking stressed out of their mind first map.
I know. I don't blame them. We were stressing.
Both teams.
We were
I was
stressing
stressed.
for RA. But now, you know, gotta have the caveat, of course, this is the side pick of Reratum, but this is still the map pick of ALG, the team that does not have officials in it. And you'll speak to any pro, they'll say the difference between scrims, between practice, and then between officials is unreal. You play in officials like you've never practiced before, and things happen, and it's just a whole different situation, a whole different vibe, right? And so the fact that they don't even have any officials on this match should be worrying, because there's server practice, there's scrims and stuff, but it's not quite the same. Hear the action going on.
Hear an ultimate coming out from Fade.
Footsteps. Sounds like they managed to get themselves onto site here.
If I close my eyes and try to envision this,
I'm pitching it, yeah.
Infinity.
I'm opening my third eye.
Opening my third eye.
There's a little bit of a deafening, so I'm proud I managed to hit. Nobody's managed to get more than a 2k from what I can hear. Oh, okay, we're back. I think we're back.
Trades coming back and forth, but you put an op in the hand of a chamber.
Ooh, it's running out.
They are gonna have enough time. And now, gonna be kind of a split push coming in.
Needs to find the
when you're
pick
against
early
an
here.
op.
Because if you don't, the closer they get in, the closer they are to crunching you. You need to isolate one of these fights
and
early.
they're going to be able to isolate, but it's not gonna matter. Ending's gonna find that shot first. That diffuse is gonna come off. And the mighty chamber has fallen, Affinity.
It has. You know, but that run has inspired an idea. I think it would be really fun to try and get casters to cast around off a sound alone. I think that would be quite amusing. Because we listen to the sound, we listen to the game sound all the time, but we've never had to just... Like, we listen to the footsteps and I'm like, that's gotta be metal.
I think we could have done that on Lotus. I think on Lotus we could have done that.
I think maybe a scent or a map that we've all kind of, like, had a lot of... Like, we've seen for years and years and years, right?
Yeah. I think it's a little bit... I think it's harder, but I also think the reason it's harder on Corode is, like, we're seeing the same thing over and over, where it's just, like... And again, mid to away. And we missed some of that, but we heard the shots. We knew trades were coming in and out, and they went in the favor of ALG. But again, right? I mean, look at that. Again, that came down to like hitting a good shot. They could have crunched the chamber there. They knew where it was, and they didn't. They allowed themselves to be isolated. Okay, chamber didn't have a chance to op shot. You hit that shot, great. And that's a great way to win rounds. Like I am not, by no means am I like discrediting the rounds they've won, but it's like you said, it's not sustainable. Because what happens, that same exact round happens, chamber hits that op shot, and now it's a 1v1 with a chamber with an op. Now what happens? And then they find you and they get that pick too. I mean, it's not sustainable. You need to find a way to deny that plant, or at least hold pushes or retake together.
Okay. Neon Wall goes out once again mid, the hot spot of the day. Hot spot, hot pot of kills to be found. If anyone even wanted to peek them, they do not. And to be honest with you, probably a good shout. Toshi round the corner, lining this one up. Missed first shot. Prowler's gonna go on out, have a little bit of a scout there. Now, no one's gonna peek though. The longer they wait in mids, the more this A site is just gonna be content to sit on their hands, and Xeno's got a lovely position to make sure that there's no flank, that this has to be a single dimensional attack.
Doing a better job of kind of just slowing this down. They know the operator's in play. Denying. Oh, and shots missed again from this chamber.
Okay.
We're back. Again, 4v4, now RA. 15 seconds left. They're gonna have to exec on the site if they want to get plant down. They're gonna start spamming through. But Aluba. Pretty beautiful, beautiful shots. So are gonna have time to get the bomb planted. No one's gonna swing that. But it. Wow. Love to see it.
That's a round of individual 2Ks. That
was a better round though. I will say again, some of it came down to some shots, but it's a gun game. This is a weapons-based game. This is a tactical shooter. They did a great job of slowing that down, right? Yeah, there was time for the plant to get down, but 15 seconds around the clock and it still hadn't even been started to get that plant down. Better job of holding sight there.
But there's loads of 2Ks there. Aluba gets the first 2K, and then it's not a 2K, but it's 2 kills coming through. It's these batches of 2, and then there's Zeno at the end there. These multi-kills are just sort of spiraling out of control a little bit.
ALG have to be feeling a little bit better now that they put one on. I think a 7-5 half. I feel pretty good about it. Especially if they're able to win the pistol. We said that they weren't able to do that this first half, and I do think that was a little bit of a detriment to them.
Just a little bit.
And now they're finally saying, you know what, we'll give up that mid space. Let's hold on to site that worked for them last round. And I do think that's the right call. A couple more chokes you have to hold if you like to do that. But that's fine. I mean, mid was not working out for them, especially when you're going against these operators and these Odins.
Very true. 7-5-8-4 is what we've got on our hands. Yang being so heavily pushed, isolated, and everything thrown at him. Barricade gets one, but Midnight finds the trade, which keeps the player advantage. Spike down once again. Can they hold on to it is the question of the hour.
Oh, but that time is ticking down. Good post plant position coming out here from RA. Good use of this ult, but will they be able to capitalize off of that? They're gonna start sticking on that defuse. Snakebite comes out, but doesn't quite hit where the spike was planted, and they're just gonna be able to stick that defuse and get the last couple kills to boot.
Exactly. Good stuff, good stuff. And keeping it contended. That's the big one, isn't it? Is we don't ever want to see a team run away with themselves, especially on their opponent's map pick, especially when we're at them on a map up. So being able to keep this close is been really good for them. It's scary that it keeps coming down to individuals, though. Yeah.
You know, I think all things considered, I don't think 5-7 is a bad half for ALG here.
No, not by any metric. Well, no, especially on the sort of weaker side. I am worried that it's still going up at the half for a team that hasn't really played this map a whole lot. Which is a really good sign from Rare Atom. It's a really good showing from them. But as you said, you asked me earlier, do I think this is a good map from Rare Atom? Do I think that this has been something they've just been hiding from us? Or we'll find out on this defender side about how cohesive it's looking. Because they kind of just push mid a lot. And towards the end there, ALG started to cotton on to what was being done. And started to be able to counterbalance very proficiently. Now we've got to see how coordinated this is looking on the flip side.
I do think just knowing what we know about ALG, what we saw in Lotus, and then I think considering the way this map kind of flows, I do think they'll have a better job on their attacking half. I also think it's going to be tough for them dealing with a chamber on their attacking half because, again, we talked about Feast or Famine. I mean, Chamber's hitting his shots. Chamber's hunting his heads.
Exactly.
And so that is a little bit tough. You're going to have to worry about a mid. Because I think, and I think ALG kind of learned that lesson a little bit too late. But now, you know, you do have someone who's going to constantly be able to punish, especially even on their ecos, right? Has that headhunter. So you're going to have to worry about that. You're also going to have to push onto site. And if RA are able to hold site even like an ounce better than ALG were, it's going to be tough for them to push in.
Okay. G actually decides just to back away. It's not worth the risk just yet. Now let them take the space. Nice little split here. A bit of control all over the map to show for it. Satoshi not going to have shots baited out. Paranoia is going to come on through, so he is going to let one off. Midnight has found two to kick us off, and that is just going to funnel them to the other side of the map. They've had a bit of presence everywhere, so that they've got options, doors open to go through. They're going to take that opportunity, but it is going to be an all-out brawl in mid right here. It's messy, but Satoshi... Oh! Satoshi, uncharacteristic missed shot there. And it's so messy. A little bit of... Nobody's quite sure who they're meant to be shooting at and who everyone else is meant to be shooting at. Just too many bodies. And in the chaos, ALG comes out a little bit better.
The pistol on the round to start chipping away. There at that round, that's it. Alupa is just hitting shots today. Like all day. On Lotus as well.
Oh, he's fired up. He is fired up and ready to go. And why wouldn't you be? Barricade next up. Wants to have a little bit of a peek. A smoke 3-4 bits of utility in his face. He says, no, don't worry, my bad, guys. I'll step back. And actually have a little bit of a look elsewhere. I'm loving the proactivity from Satoshi here. Cleared out all of A. Nothing's been heard in mid by No-No. They've got to have an idea that it's going to be here. They get a little bit too aggressive. How is Barricade allowed to do that? The paranoia is amazing, but it falls so flat.
That is going to be Plant going down. And Aluba going to find Satoshi. Near flawless round there for ALG. They do really well, I think, in these early rounds typically, and I think it was a little bit tough for them on their defending half that they weren't able to get that pistol round under their belt.
Yeah. Okay. And Satoshi just there at the end, not even considering the possibility. 7-7 on the scoreboard, it's been tied up. You said it was not a bad half, and you know what? I'm inclined to agree with you, especially given a pistol of a conversion. Now, the bonus round is where it gets a little bit interesting. Will they be able to hold on, or will RA superior weapons prove to come out on top? Barricades and this Wader, we talked about it, so good at taking space. It's taken so much of it.
Are they able to hold on to sight? Satoshi finds one. Immediately gets traded down. That's a weapon recovered for Aluba, who's been hitting shots all day. Now has that rifle in hand. Plants going down and already ult posed and waiting.
Safe.
Not gonna find anyone. Knows they're safe for a little bit, at least coming from CT.
I like the call to save early. I think it was definitely the right shout, but it's,
I agree.
You know, I have a really sinking feeling this might go a third map.
I think you might jinx us.
Do you?
Oh, I do think. I do think ALG is gonna do well on their attacking half. I think though, I do think that RA, if they're able to hold sites again, like I said, like I think if they're able to hold sites a little bit better, I do think they're gonna have the potential to clear it out. I mean, we saw how long it took ALG to figure that out. I think Rare Atom might be able to figure that out a little bit early. But again, right, why did that first half go well? They were able to punish the aggression from ALG. They're gonna have to do that on defense now. But they have their double senti. I mean, yeah, Chamber's a little bit more aggressive, but still does have that, you know, I'm at a loss for words. The trip. Yep.
The little. It looks like one of the old style webcams, you know?
Yes, it does.
With the
I'm
little,
just like not
little
even. I just wasn't even thinking about the trip because I'm so used to this play right here. Headhunter into the TP, looking for another. Not gonna find it, but at least gonna be able to get out of there and wait for some backup.
Falls back, lets them have the space. Lead it for now. They've not called anybody else on over yet. Wary that they're still concerned that this might not be a full commit, but another face scene, surely that's going to be the pull on over. They've still got to deal with a Luber in the back lines, and the issue is they're running out of players on site.
Spike. Going down 4v4 retake coming here. And that save means they have a couple weapons that they're going to be able to work with.
Oh, missed shots. And oh, Yang will punish the moment he tries to reposition. He gets one. Yang sustains heavy damage from the Odin. Oh, and there it is, finding the pick. That smoke locking them out of sight, but they do need to get on this quickly. Gonna try half it. They can hear the tap. So desperate to try stop this. They all run on out, and now both teams have fallen to the curse of being scared into over-peaking, over-rotating, over-aggressive and eagerly. This time was a little bit necessary. We could see that the plant was being actually stuck here. But on the flip side, it felt very haphazard the way they peaked.
That's what happens. I think, you know what I think I don't like about this series is it does feel a lot more like shot dependent. And I'm not seeing, I think, as much like utils and stalls and like pushes together. And I think that's it's just coming down to like who's peeking what and is it good and is it bad?
Is it good? Is it bad? Very good.
Is it,
very good question.
And there's nothing wrong with that, but I think I was hoping for a little bit more good positioning there from Xeno. Gonna find two. Not even looking. Alright, we're not ready for that.
Difficult to try claw back from that. I think you just got to save early. You accept the A site, that entire half of the map is gone. Scratch that. 2/3 of the map is gone. You can't really step foot anywhere outside of where your line of sight already is. They've just got to save, and now they've got to wait down the whole timer. And there's going to be ALG taking the lead again.
Time is ticking, and again, alright, I think going to have to make the tough call to save. How many times can you continue this call? I don't know.
Well, until somebody gets 13, unless both teams get 12. In which case...
Yeah, well, I don't want to think about that quite yet. I'm not ready. Okay, if we go to OT, how many rounds of OT do you think we have? Place your bets early.
Oh, don't, because if I say it, then I'll jinx it.
You're right.
But if I was to say, I'd say 2. Like, I don't want to jinx it, but if I was to jinx it, this is how I would jinx it.
Yeah, I don't think we'd see more than that. I actually don't think we're gonna go to OT on this map. I think one of the teams is gonna... I think it's gonna come down to can RA hold sites or can they not? And if they figure it out, I think they're just gonna rack up those rounds, and if they don't, that's just gonna be it. We're going to bind, but RA definitely don't want to have that. Remember, a lot more for them to lose the last 2 years of Ascension. They've been undefeated up until the grand final stage. This time,
unless, yeah,
unless an ALG, fearsome opponents here.
Okay. 9-8. Opening duels don't really leave anybody dead. Well, no, sorry, I say that she's dead, but everyone else is a little worse for wear. Slowly creeping on forward. Satoshi is about to get a very unpleasant surprise here. Has to back away. There's a Prowler, there's a Paranoia. Still manages to find a pick on the escape here. There's another one, and that is going to be the Odin out of the round. Sends out the little trip. Spray through the smoke. Oh, it's good, but it's not quite perfect. But there it is. Midnight does eventually find one. The rest of the team's already here. Collective comes together.
Everything perfectly balanced, as all things should be. You know, we said on Lotus, I don't think we could ask for a closer first map, but I don't know that we could have asked for a closer second map.
Do you know what? There's a very real chance that we might have to ask for a closer third map.
Closer third map. Imagine we actually go to bind and then one team takes it like 13-4.
13-3, yeah. That'd be... I always hate when it goes a third map and the third map's really quick. Because it feels like, you know, everyone's like, why didn't we just do this map earlier? Why did we get it?
It does, doesn't it? But I think also sometimes a lot of that has to do with not that just like, oh, this team was always so much better. And I think it just has to do with like who has the stamina.
True. And with lengthy series like this, stamina does come into question. And of course on LAN, where everything is infinitely more tiring to do. You can see everyone's got their coffee cups with them.
That's what we need.
I could go for some coffee right now. I could. You haven't slept. I've barely slept.
Sounds like a caffeine run is needed. It sounds like a... I don't think they have it in China, but it could be a trip to Greg's.
Oh, Greg's.
Not for me. And not for these players.
Don't worry, I will get Greg's and I will swim from the UK to the US for you.
Oh, perfect.
Holding the
Bring
bag
it to
above
me.
the water.
Bring it to me, and then we'll both swim to China for these players.
Yeah, we'll go.
Already have coffee.
We'll go do a Greg's order for the players. All right. Odin's lined up. Garan. Ooh, wild spray. The walls are paper thin, but that's not quite gonna be enough. Oh no, I say that. There's a kill comes on through. G gets one with the judge, which makes him the best player ever. He gets two with the judge, which makes him the world's greatest player. Best gun in the game. Kai, best gun in the game.
I do know you're a shotgun enjoyer. I will say.
I am a shotgun.
You are a shotgun enjoyer, and as you should be.
We all have our vices. Some people drink, some people smoke. I play shotgun only on Valorant. You know.
As you should. Okay, exactly. Well, here's a question: Are you shotgun only on Counter-Strike as well, or is this like? Oh, okay.
I'm not allowed to say yes because of my professional reputation, but the answer is not no.
Understood.
If the lawyers come asking, no. I play more than just shotgun. If Riot's like you're trolling your games by playing shotgun only, I turn around and go, no. I think you'll find that I would be trolling if I tried playing an actual rifle because I can't aim to save my life.
Well,
Odin's also a good gun.
Yeah, I was gonna say, good thing these teams aren't. So as an operator, we want to talk about good weapons. I mean, I think we've seen beautiful plays from a whole gambit of weapons here. Rare Adam doing a good job of holding onto the lead. I don't think they want to bring this to bind. I don't blame them.
No.
Doing a better job of holding on, and that operator's gonna make it a little bit easier for them to hold on even longer. 5v3. Dead as long as you don't keep peeking. ALG are on an eco here. Plant though. Go down nonetheless.
Okay.
Double paranoia.
Oh, but the
beautiful
sheriff!
sheriff!
Not gonna be quite enough, I don't think. Switching over to the Odin. We've got all of the ults available being triggered. Actually, switching back to the Judge close quarters. No, that might be what it takes. We need to get a move on soon. And look at that, the distraction. The Neon running on in is naught but a ploy.
You know what?
And there it is.
Tough. That's tough, but that was such a good eco for them.
Yes. The sheriffs today have been, quite frankly, unhinged.
What do I need to do to get my share of shots to look like that?
I wish I could answer that. I don't know. I know the Game Changers players are amazing with the sheriffs.
Oh yeah, the GCG is a real thing. They're beautiful with the sheriffs, and it looks like players here over in China are also able to just hit those shots.
What is it with the rest of the world? Just... Okay, lining up the shots. Prowler goes out, so does the Paranoia, and there's so much utility drawn out. Decides just to fall back. There is a jump over the Viper's bit. Oh, that's not the right range for the shotgun. Oh, almost lives with their life. 2 HP, but that's a short-lived fantasy. And now here it is. Midnight's the only one to find a pick. Needs to buy a little bit more by the time they get in. Unfortunately, so busy trying to make sure that the exit path is clear, they forget to make sure that they're not being tailed. 2 versus 4.
Big ultimate out here from Yang to just hold on to that spike a little bit longer. Now, RA deciding what they're gonna do about this. How are they gonna push this? But I don't know that they're quite gonna be able to. No, deciding to do it. But Satoshi is nowhere near in sight. Just holding on to that operator, seeing if they'll find any exit picks, but good round here from ALG.
Yeah,
I
lovely
question-
round.
But the call for No to push into that ultimate 1v4
Was a decision.
Is it? Do you think it's just because like they had the rounds? They have the economy. Like, see if we can get a pick or two. Like, what is the
Maybe
decision?
Maybe it was just a he at the moment thing. Like, guys, I think I can do some damage. I might be able to farm up some cash.
Let me see if I can hit this clip on land.
Let me see if I can hit this clip on land. Absolutely. And unfortunately,
yeah, that's tough. I think maybe if you had decided to 2v4, again, you still have the economy, not with an operator, obviously, into a Viper's pit, but like maybe you can justify that. But like a 1v4, I don't know. Literally picked there from Midnight. Holding on to sight. A little bit longer. ALG all posted up here on this B site. Starting to realize that might not work, and a little bit of a default coming out towards mid, just seeing what sort of map control they can kind of gain. That Prowler not going to find anything.
No, Prowler is not going to find a damn thing. So much control across the map here for RA. My worry is that even though with the player advantage, they could get overrun on B. They poked and prod for information. They've not gone too far at A, and the issue is maybe a Luba could be a little bit of a red herring. The smoke there could very well sell this fake. In fact, they've invested into this fake so heavily.
To get that spike planted, has enough time, but it's still going to be a 3v2 retake. They're gonna have to hold on to sight. We said a lot of this has come down to some of these hero plays. Talking about good positioning, they're gonna have to keep that going. Wait, no, I'm just envisioning it's gonna be tough. They're gonna peek out into that. They are gonna be able to find one, but now it's a 1v2. Isolations are coming through, and that clutch coming out from ending is beautiful. We are all tied up here, Affinity.
That we are, Kaiserin. That we are. We said we could ask for a closer game. We got given a closer game. That map 3 is very much waiting in the wings. And we did have some questions about whether this is maybe there's a secret that they've been hiding from us, right? About not playing Corode for RA. Maybe they've just been waiting for the right opponent to play it up against, waiting for Ascension. But maybe alternatively, the worry is that they haven't practiced it as much as they need to try to close this out. Yeah. The defense side's been looking a little bit shaky. Yes, they've been making it, hotly contested. Okay. OG, lovely picks. Nice. MVP from last match. Ready to go again.
They keep it coming. 3v5, everything on the line here for ALG. They did a pretty good job selling that fake, but they're not going to be able to do it again. Don't have the numbers, and look at that. It's going to be a 3v3 here on site. Look at all that map control that RA has.
All that they could want and more. The whole world at their fingertips. Lovely dash on in, is not going to get spotted, but the issue is needs to try fight from on site to try get their teammates across, and unfortunately is unsuccessful in doing so.
If there's anyone I trust in a clutch situation from ALG, it's got to be Aluba. Finds one, needs to find 3 more to keep those dreams alive. Otherwise, RA on match point. That Prowler not going to find anything. It's tough. You have to deal with so many of them. RA, though, we know aren't hyper-aggressive players. Aluba's just going to stick. This plant has to. Time was running down.
Oh, it's so messy. There we go. Good not to isolate the fights there.
That was pretty good from Aluba. That was pretty good. Let's say they get that one. I don't know. I mean, you have to try to do that though, right?
Exactly.
Match point.
I think when you're this close to the end, you've just got to try whatever it takes to try get this over the line, to try get those rounds right. Because this is kind of Jordan. This is for qualification, and when it's this, I am curious about the G choosing to go with the judge this close to the end.
Questionable for you to say as a judge enjoyer.
I love it. I just think that if I was speaking as nothing but a pure objective bystander that wasn't called Affinity, right?
Yeah, I think. Yeah, but I think, you know, some cheeky neon judge plays can happen. That was a good ult, I think, coming out. It's gonna be a fast hit on this A site. Trade's coming out, but they do relatively have sight. They're gonna have to clear this backside with no. Good util coming out. Again, more trades. Numbers in favor here of ALG. They're looking to bring it into overtime right here. Goes down. But it's Satoshi and Guren. An outlaw in the hands of a chamber. And an Odin. Odin's gonna find one through the wall. A 2v2. That first outlaw shot misses, and ending gonna punish them. They have to deal with this deadly Odin. Time is ticking. Just gotta spray. Look, they don't want to peek into that. They're gonna stick it. Oh, saw that gun barrel. I'm on the edge of my seat here, Affinity.
You know where both are. Why are you ducking back? Yeah, that was stick it.
Yeah, they're gonna swing.
Little bit of a messy last round there. Does mean that we are going overtime. Of course, we couldn't have a quick series. No, these two teams, we said we wanted closer. They have taken us to overtime. And 2 rounds in a row needed now. 2 in a row needed, which is a difficult ask because both of these teams have kind of been playing cat and mouse with each other. Yeah.
You know, you said something earlier about RA playing Corode here and maybe being like overzealous with how good their Corode would be. They're not the words you use, but my brain is struggling to chug along here. But, you know, on the other hand, it might not be bad for them to get a Corode under their belt right now. Especially when, like, on paper, Lotus should have not been as close as it was. But I think they might have been thinking this would be, like, not quite as close of a matchup as it was. And, you know, get some of that practice out now. I don't know how much that attack really helped them because it was just go mid simulator. But
yeah,
you know, I mean, it is good to get that like LAN actual like tournament practice.
LAN buff is real. LAN buff is
real.
And it's that, do you know where the LAN buff magic comes from? It comes from today.
A good chamber is tough to deal with, and Satoshi's a great chamber. 24-19 right now. Good early entry from Barricade, going to be traded right out, and it's always midnight on the other end. But like we said, I mean, ALG just kind of shine here on their attacking half. Now there is still this glass operator that is in play with Satoshi. 4v2, as long as they don't allow these two to isolate. Guran just gonna swing that though, and they heard that op shot. They know what Satoshi's working with. They're gonna try not to peek that as best they can, but it's ALG. They're aggressive. They want to fight. Trades coming out of 1v1. All it takes is one body shot from Satoshi to finish this up. Time is ticking, and they're not quite gonna find it, and they're gonna swing, and we're going into round 2 of OT.
We are indeed. It's close though, and that's a good sign for Rare Atom. Edging a little bit closer, a little bit closer, a little bit closer, which means next time we get to see that defense round, there's a chance that it'll be even cleaner, that they'll push the boat out a little bit further. The fact that it comes down to a 1v1 after it was a 2v4 there, Guran does so much in that situation.
Yeah. Again, but it's making me nervous, and like it's hard because I mean I would love to see this to go to map 3. I think these are two very deserving teams, and I mean you can't ask for it closer than OT, right? I think it would be tough for ALG, right? Now again, this is just determining who is going to be qualifying on this group stage. There's still a chance it's double elimination.
Double elimination means double the chances to progress. Alright. No points for guessing where Rare Atom have gone on their attack side round.
Well, I will say to ALG, I will say to their benefit, I mean, they gave up that mid space in favor of kind of just like holding sites, and that is kind of where they shine. Played also back enough where they were able to hold off, but they weren't able to quite punish after that buys wall. That's tough.
They're just running it down at this point.
They're just running it down. I do think ALG. That's tough. I think they could have gotten that trade off at the very least. But now, yeah, it is going to be a 3v5 retake. But I'm very proud of ALG for giving up mid. I'm very proud of them. Beautiful shot from Satoshi, looking for another one and going to find it, and now all down to Zeno. It's okay. There's nothing to lose. You better start fighting. Finds one, finds two. Gonna have to find 3 more. Can't quite do it.
Push them off site, but there's no utility to hold them back there. It's too little too late, and I think that's the case with all of these, is that the spike has been going down in a situation where there's just not the resources available still on the board to try to do anything about it.
Yeah, that's rough. Unfortunately, they didn't get that trade out at the beginning. I do think, I will say for ALG, did a much better job just kind of like holding out there. I do think that was a good hold on site. I liked what I saw, but it didn't quite work. But now here we're back on the other half, and these trades starting to come out again. Everything all on the line here for ALG.
They lose the player advantage early on as well. The writing being scribbled on the wall as we watch it. And now Guran toying with the corner. It's been so good. Needs one more. Angles being jiggled. You can hear the footsteps, the swing. They both swing out, but they double swing into a double swing. And Satoshi, it could be nobody else to close out this match. And they've only gone and done it. Rare Atom 2-0. Way more of a tough fight than they probably expected, than we expected. But I think that speaks volume to ALG about what they are able to bring to the table.
I agree. I mean, I do think that we have to remember, right, coming into this, Rare Atom were the Giants. And they did a great job kind of chipping away. It almost went to map 3. We went to overtime on map 2, a close map 1 as well. So yeah, and I mean, this ALG roster, they've been doing such a great job. And even yesterday, right? So this is the second round. This B group started yesterday. And they beat CCG. Last time they played CCG, they lost 0-2. and then 1-2 also. So I mean, like, it's not like they haven't been putting in the work. Got the redemption over CCG yesterday. Weren't quite able to do it over Rare Atom, but man, did they put up one heck of a fight.
That they did. One heck of a fight indeed. Rare Atom, take a bow and progress on forward. It was said to the double elimination bracket. This is Ascension. They're fighting to ascend. And it's not exactly easy, but I think sometimes you learn more from the difficult games, isn't it? So I think I'm kind of glad it didn't go a third map. I think that it was looking a little bit scrappy. And I think, to be honest with you, the Rare Atom deserved the win there. They take it.
Yeah.
The first map's a little bit messy. The second map is a map that we've never seen them play, and they're still putting up good numbers. I'd love to have seen a little bit more variation on the attack side, but I think the fact that they showed up on a map that we've never seen from them and put up a showing like that, kudos, kudos, kudos.
But I mean, I also think they didn't need to put up a variation on the attack side, right? It was working.
If aim don't broke, fix it. If aim broke, don't fix it.
Don't fix it. Don't fix it. But I mean, it was working, and I do think that is also like a sign of a great team, right? Like being able to recognize, like, you know, this works. Let's keep running this, and vice versa, right? That's a sign of a good team to be like, this isn't working for us. Let's change it. And I think, you know, I mean, it is tough for ALG because I think you could kind of kind of phrase that and repurpose it and be like, okay, well, also, like, had we won our pistol or had we made the call to like not keep peeking the mid sooner, things would have been different. And yeah, like, you can play what if all day long, but ALG not out yet. They still have another match to play. A great team put up a really, really good fight, and I wouldn't be surprised if these were the two teams that moved on. That being said, you know, obviously that's kind of like recency bias, but this was a great matchup. It was.
It was indeed. An absolute blast to watch as well. But let's have a little listen to the team comms here.
右可能还有一个，我慢慢走，慢慢走，慢慢走，慢慢走，我们被毒了，轰轰轰，下班。右可能还有，没有，我慢慢搜，我慢慢搜，不会，信我不会有。好，等我没来，我下班了，没有了，我帮你加2楼，牛，我也在加2楼，加2楼，好。我想右边藏，我2楼给烟别加了，我2楼给烟别加了，给烟我还得加，他真的。elbow 一个，我加2楼，2个 elbow，2个你啊，好像都在吧？我们加2个。可以去找点数，我有黑的，你们谁想去找点数？直接听我说，等我站这吃黑 LP 还准备。飞机，没搞2楼了。老管，我一打你就黑逼，等我开枪。我要找点，黑，走。我们跑了，宝箱了。点2楼右边。2个，等我管，我给你滑，他送包了。拖。你给我滑完，兄弟，我点数去哪拿？有点帅了，兄弟啊，有点帅了，牛哥，但是我点数去哪？
And our MVP of the series, it's the one, it's the only G, and what more could you have asked for in a player? There was entry kills, there was frags, there was clutches galore.
I mean, are we even surprised? I don't think so. I think, yeah, no, definitely well-deserved. Double MVP back-to-back. I think, you know, another probably stand-up player is probably going to be the Chamber of Satoshi. But yeah, I mean, beautiful. I mean, look at these shots just hit. And it's like these multi-kill runs, and also like just the ability to go in there, get 2, get 3. Right there, we just saw get 4. I mean, I do think that secured a lot of the rounds for them because it put a lot of pressure on ALG, especially early on. But yeah, I mean, you to talk about a versatile player, I mean, able to get those like multi-kill entry frags, but also able to clutch out at the end. And so, yeah, well-deserved. I think the whole team played well, especially like attacking, but yeah, ALG put up a good fight, but like I do think, like you said, Rare Atom deserved this victory, and they deserve to be moving on to playoffs.
They do, and I mean, they were predicted to win coming in. It wasn't exactly flawless. Other players that we could look at, Xeno had, I think Xeno was one of those players that was just consistent. It wasn't somebody that we were saying, oh, Xeno's got 7 kills each round, you know? It wasn't one of those standout, above and beyond multi-frag players, but it was so consistent throughout the whole thing. Just constant presence of stepping up where and when was needed. As you can see there, I'm trying to see if there's anything else that really stands out here. The assists, if we have a look at the assists on the side of Rare Atom, 9, 15, and 13 there from Midnight Garan and Nono.
Yeah, I mean, part of that, I think, is you have ALG just, like, not caring and pushing utility. And so they get assists from that easily. But also, I mean, like, I just look at these stats. I mean, like we said, Rare Atom definitely did deserve to win this one. But ALG did put up a fight. And I think part of, like, even when we were looking at the team stats a little bit ago, I do think they were a pretty good, well-rounded team. And even, like, Barricade, it looked like wasn't quite getting maybe the shots coming off. And that's just because you're pushing into Rare Atom, who just kind of had a better, like, better positioning, better sight hold, and especially, like, punishing early on that aggression mid. But yeah, 13-11, 15-13 goes in favor of Rare Atom. ALG are still going to be fighting through this group stage, but if they can bring this type of game to their next opponents, I mean, I think they're fine.
We should have an interview very soon as well. And of course, we have got a wonderful translator on hand, the one and only Biros. And it's amazing to be able to get to hear a little bit of insights to what these players are saying. Because, of course, you and I have absolutely no understanding of what is going on. So to be able to actually get some of the insight really puts some context on the game that we saw, and it also helps going forward as well. It sets our expectations. It's all about this additional context, and the fact that not only can we provide coverage to a wider audience now, but it's the fact that we are able to even get live translations as well. But the interview appears to be ready, so we're going to send you over to that.
哲选手先和大家好好介绍一下自己吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是来自 IU 分部的哲。
欢迎哲选手，今天发挥真的非常的不错，包括说今天整体团队打的也韧性十足。像图一，你们当时在比分劣势的情况下，你们是怎样稳住心态去慢慢追分的？
on map one？
我们就根据对面场上做什么东西，然后我们去根据对面做的东西，然后我们去。
We kind of like counter the opponent team, like see what they're doing.
赌 C 之类的，对。
对，5个人可能都是比较大心脏的选手，包括说今天2张地图，你也是使用到了2个可能风格截然相反的英雄，一个蝰蛇，一个霓虹，这样对于你个人而言的话，会有一些影响吗？包括说你自己又是怎样去平衡的呢？
Does it affect you like playing such different roles like the Viper, the Neon, and how do you adjust?
我做好自己的事就行。
教练组可能对于你来说也是比较信任你，所以让你安排了一个相当于自由人一样的位置。那包括今天 Satoshi 他也是使用到了2个位置嘛，一个决斗，一个少尉。所以现在队内关于位置的分配，
like how does your team determine the roles right now?
我跟 Satoshi 我们俩互补吧，有时候他玩决斗，有时候我玩决斗。
And it was just like him and Satoshi were just play duelists, just depending on that.
那这一次 RA 无疑是晋升赛的冠军的强有力的竞争者之一。你对于这一次晋升赛的目标是什么？
我的目标肯定是冠军嘛，但是我决定还是一
And he's like, the goal of course is to win it, but we have to take it step by step.
那接下来比赛加油！那今天的比赛到这里就全部结束了，明天同一时间不见不散，拜拜。
It's great to get a little bit of insight there. We could see a bit of where the power and inspiration behind how the game has been played was drawn from, which is always good to see. And it's lovely to get to hear a little bit about the coaches as well, because we don't really get to speak to them all that much, do we?
We don't at all. I would even go so far as to say, do you know I went to Chinese camp twice?
Did you?
I did. That's a little fun fact. I could not do the translation as well as Vitos did. Well, I definitely could not tell you anything about VALORANT. I was not a gamer back then. It's so hard. But that's why I've been expert here with us at Project Horizon. So, Vitos, thank you so much for everything you do. You're the best. Also, thank you to our wonderful producer, Volt.
Volt, amazing stuff. And of course, to everyone who's been moderating the Twitch chats and all of the other casters who will be providing their voices over the next couple of days as well.
And Sonja on socials as well. I want to shout
socials, everybody on all roles. We couldn't do Project Horizon without every moving part and component of this. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone who has watched and supported as well. Let's have a quick look at the update before we go.
Okay. There we go. Not only we saw DRG earlier made it through. Of course, you were there on that series. I was watching at home like all the rest of you, but now we have another team moving forward, and that is Rare Adam. So that is our first A and B group locked in.
That is beautiful to see there. And you can see the dates and the times that these matches will be going on as well. I'm sure that there will be plenty of coverage coming your way, which should be super exciting. I don't think it's going to be with either of us, but there should be some hype matches regardless tomorrow. Those times as well are if you're watching in Europe or, of course, in North America. Those times are not accurate, but, of course, we'll be updating socials. You'll be able to find all of the information on VLR. But with that being said, Kaiserin, you have been up all night. I think we need to let you go. We've held you captive for long enough. I definitely need a nap.
Help me. Ching Bang Wo.
I mean, I'm not even going to attempt to replicate that, but exactly what Kaiserin said. But that being said, we are going to say goodbye to all of you. Thank you so much for joining us, for supporting in any way that you have, even if you're just watching, sharing the stream, following along on social media. Thank you so much. It means the world that we can put on these projects and provide the coverage. But thank you so much to everybody, and we will catch you very shortly. We'll see you tomorrow for a whole load more games.